Hello everyone and welcome at the Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Today we have round 9 and in the studio we are woman Grandmaster Kerita Salashvili and International Master Michael Rahal. Michael, last rounds in action. How do you feel today?
I'm not feeling too well today, but I'll survive. There's a sort of a bit of an illness going around the city. And most of us have been down or are struggling to keep alive, but we'll survive. That was obviously a joke. We're doing well. It's the last but one round this afternoon. Remind everyone who's watching us now that tomorrow, don't come here at 4:30. Come here at 9:30 in the morning, and you'll get the last round. But in the afternoon, we'll have some tie breaks, most probably as well.
Absolutely. Here we do have 10 a.m. Central European time, but it was shutted off from the screen because it actually starts at 9:30.
Yeah, we'll be ready at 9:30.
Updated schedule, and no matter what's going to happen tomorrow, if the players are fighting for the first place or second or third, we will have anyway the tie breaks in the afternoon.
With so many players tied on 6.5 today, it's very unlikely there will not be some sort of tiebreak tomorrow afternoon. So, and if you're around the area and you want to come and see the tiebreak, normally, if it's not too cold, I've already seen that today they're preparing the stage, and they normally do the tiebreak just outside the hall if it's not too cold, and if it's cold, they do it inside the hall. And of course, if it's outside, where you can see the tiebreak and watch this fantastic weather, and follow us through your mobile applications if you're watching it outside. So if you're around the area, come round and say hello tomorrow afternoon in the tie breaks.
Yes, you guys saw the live video of the area that we are right now, and this is the window of the players. So the players have the access to see this. Today we have a bit of big waves on the seaside.
we can see them in the window. That
not
dangerous,
was almost
but
next to my balcony. It was like really
it's not dangerous, but as you can see, it's not the sort of weather you want to let your little kids go wandering into the water by themselves. But this in Spain normally is a yellow flag, which means you can swim. Yes. But you have to go with precaution. It's not something you can take lightly, but in any case, now there's not many people swimming in December.
Yes. Michael, let's see how many yellow and red flags we have today in the pairings on the board.
Let's go to the pairings.
Let's see the pairings. Let's check it out. The leaders are in round 9, and we do have Seturaman and Morzin actually sharing first and second places with 7 points.
Yeah.
We are thinking that 8.5 is enough to win the tournament.
Yeah, my understanding with 8 points you get the tiebreak. With 8.5 you win, or you tiebreak with someone else for the win. So if Seturaman or Morzin win their game today, they will be clearly favourites for tomorrow morning to go in for the tournament win. But of course, if they draw today, which is obviously a result that can happen, then any of the players on 6.5, Aravind, Pranesh, Puranik, who's been playing very well, Inayan, who's playing very well, Jacobson, the kid Yagiz Edugmos, any one of these players can catch them on 7.5 if they win today. And dare I say, Keti, that the winner of the tournament has to come out of the group with 7 or 6.5. I'd be surprised, even amazed, if someone with 6 points, with 2 rounds to go, even if he won the 2 points, I'd be amazed if one of the other players will not do 8.5.
Yeah,
9, I don't think so, but 8.5, I think that's going to be the
9
score.
is 2 out of 2 in the last round, which is also good. Now we can see the standings.
The winner should come out of these 10 players. And obviously, Seturaman and Morzin have the best chances if one of them is able to score a win today. If they don't score a win today, then of course any of the other players can win and join them in the lead. And look at that. There's 6 Indian players amongst the top 10. That is amazing. That is amazing.
It's truly amazing.
It's a testament to the strength of the Indian group of players here. There's 70 Indian players, and it's a testament to the strength of these 2,600. By the way, Gukesh today won the Chile Masters and has overtaken Giri in the fight for the candidates. So today, Gukesh is going to the candidates. So there'll be 3 Indias in the candidates: Gukesh, Vidit, and Pragnananda. Amazing.
Wow, that's amazing. Big congratulations to Gukesh and to his fans. He has a lot of fans actually, and Gukesh is actually an amazing person and a great chess player. I'm really happy to hear that. We have this first board on the screen right now, Murzin and Saturaman. Saturaman, I remember you put his name down on the table.
I put it on the table on the 3rd or 4th round.
And we are repeating this from the day one. Murzin is the current vice champion of the world youth. So he comes here in Spain right after he played in Italy, just weeks before this event, and they're having the best chances, but there are still many players. And Michael, we had this graphic earlier, a lot of Indian players, but we also had 2 American players, and those are not Vasilisa or Hikaru Nakamura. We have new names coming out also
second
from
tier
USA.
players, second-tier players, Brandon Jacobson and Bryce Tiglon. These players are 2,500 players, very strong, of course. 2,500 Grandmasters are very strong, but they're not household names. So you don't expect them to be in the first positions in the last round. But both of them, I know them personally. They're playing very well. Will they be able to withstand the strength of the Indian delegation who want to take their places in the final podium? We'll see.
We will see everything. And Michael, as we are now waiting for the moves, this is just the beginning of the tournament, of the round 9. This is a classical chess tournament, guys. The time control is 1 hour and 30 minutes or 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment for each move, starting from the move 1 until the end. And then when the players reach 40 moves, they will have extra 30 minutes of the increment. So we have plenty of time to talk a little bit. And very important topic, we have just a round before the final game, and we're talking about the norms. Our chat on Twitch, also greetings to our chat on YouTube, they are talking about the norms. We do have actually names of the players who have a chance to gain the Grandmaster title or International Master title.
That is true.
Let's bring it on the screen.
If we can get up to the screen, we can, of course, Ketty, as you know, we are 9 rounds in, and today several players can score a 9-round norm. But tomorrow there will be another group of players who may be able to score a 10-round norm or a 9-round norm, but taking into account the second round, taking away the first result. So it's important to get this graphic up, and hopefully we'll be able to see the names of the players who, depending on the result today, can get a norm. Here we have the fantastic graphic prepared for us by our team. Now, I was looking at this morning, so I have an idea. It is a bit far away from me.
I need the glasses as well.
But hopefully...
But you know what? It's a lot of players. We wanted to have them
so many.
One on the screen.
So the most important is to see that, for example, Tiglon Bryce already has the Grandmaster norm. It doesn't matter if he wins. Win, draw, or loss. He gets his Grandmaster norm, as you can see. In the 3 options, he already has his norm.
Perfect.
As long as his opponent comes to play. As long as his opponent sits down in front of him, he has the Grandmaster norm. Exactly. And the other player who also has the norm is the young Turk player Adar Tarhan, scoring an International Master norm, whatever he does. But most of the players need to score a certain result. For example, Horvath, who was leading the tournament, he needs to win. He's playing with the white pieces. And then other Grandmaster norms can be achieved by the kid Yagiz, if he draws or he wins. And Krishna also will get a Grandmaster norm. If he draws, he wins. And many International Master norms. So there's even, I'm seeing that there's even a Catalan player, Alexander Domene. He was one of the players who came to the Spanish Championships with our team. We were Spanish Championships by teams. He will get an International Master norm only if he wins.
Only
so
if he
maximum
wins,
pressure for him. He needs to win the game. And if not, then tomorrow he could still get a norm. So, for example, if he draws today, doesn't mean he can't get a norm tomorrow.
Yeah.
He might. It depends on the opponent and on the rating.
Right, and we do also have only one woman player in this list who has a chance to get her IM norm, and this is Atusa Porkashian, who actually played really nicely.
She's playing very well.
Although her first round opponent was paired and did not show up, she actually only plays 9 rounds. So just imagine at this point, she played basically 7 games only, and she played so well that she has a very good chance. So we cross the fingers for all the players who can achieve the norm. You guys can see how big is the list.
It used to be not allowed to get a norm if one of the games your opponent didn't come. But then FIDE, I think in a correct decision, they changed the rule. As long as you came to play, if your opponent doesn't come, you can still get the norm as long as there are certain requirements that you have to make. Because, of course, Atosa, imagine she's going for a norm and they say no because of the first round.
Yeah,
she still get it playing tomorrow.
That's really bad. Michael, I had one experience like that when I was fighting for my women international master norm. I was very little, I think like 13 or 14 years old. I traveled all the way from Georgia to Spain, and I was playing this Catalan circle tournament.
Yeah, the circuit, yeah.
And at one of the events, I traveled all this way. A teenager kid, and my opponent did not show up, so I had 0 chance to achieve the norm at that event, which is so heartbreaking. But now, as the rules are improving, it is a more easier to actually get the norm.
Well, I think it's never easy to get the norms, but there are more tournaments, there are more title players, and the rating has had a certain deflation at the top, but I think there's been a certain inflation with the K40, so it's never easy. And in the list we showed you before, you could only see the International Master and Grandmaster norms. But alongside these norms, there's probably some other woman International Master, maybe woman FIDE Master, woman Grandmaster norms that aren't showed here. Hopefully we'll get them tomorrow in the final list.
All right, we are now on the full screen. I think it's a good sign to bring the chessboard on the screen and dive into the variations. Michael, on the board 2, there is something going on already.
Should we go straight to board 2 then?
Let's do that.
Let me check board 2, where we have Aravind and Pranesh, 2 players. Okay, this is the Shabalov variation of the semi-Slav. And I think this is still theoretical. I seem to remember that this is theoretical. This is a very sharp line, Ketty. So it's clear that both players are going for a win here. So Shabalov invented this line some time ago in the semi-Slav.
Shabalov?
Shabalov, yeah.
Alexander?
Yeah. It's called the Shabalov line, Queen C2 and G4.
I didn't know. We were doing the commentary of World...
Shabalov is a very extraordinarily good player. Yeah. He comes in the same line as Mikhaltal and Shirov from the same area, and he is a very aggressive player. So this move, it had been played before, but he was the one who really put it into fashion. And as far as I know, it's called the Shabalov line in the circuits of chess, maybe on Lead Chess or Chess.com.
Wait, I'm going to text you.
You'll find out. So I'll go through the line.
Give me this G4.
Basically, the idea is to attack the king, and the critical line is if they capture the pawn. So I think in this position, the pawn was captured. Rook to G1, of course, the idea is to capture the pawn behind. Yeah. And one of them, there's many lines here. You can go back, you can protect, there's many lines. But one of the lines is Queen F6. You can take my knight, but I'm going to hit your knight here. And they have gone into this position. And H3. Now the thing is, now Pranesh seems to have been surprised by this move because he's already spent 7 or 8 minutes thinking what to do now. Okay, we'll have to see. Yeah. But I do know this is theoretical. At least Queen to F6 and Queen to F3. I know this is theoretical. White is a pawn down, but just imagine a situation where he can get his bishop out, the other bishop, maybe a long castle. He'll get a lot of initiative for the pawn. So
I see that this opening has been played Norway Chess 2023 this year. Abdusaturov and Gukesh. The game ended in a draw, but seems like it's a quite heavy theory.
Sometimes in these positions there are forced lines that go to a draw, but there's always deviations for both of the players. So it depends a lot on the preparation. Depends if you've if you have fighting spirit, you don't have fighting spirit, we'll see. But it's definitely a sharp variation. And yeah, we'll see what happens in this line.
Yeah, after queen to f6 or castle here, I'm right now looking at the suggestions of the engine, and the engine says either you go e4 now, or you can go bishop d2 castle first and then e4. So we can see how sharp this
it's going to be a sharp position.
Yeah,
it's going to be very sharp. We'll see what black decides to do. The queen on f3, it's funny because in these positions, the queen is annoying you a lot. It doesn't allow you to castle. It hits several pawns. But at the same time, it's in a precarious position. For example, imagine black plays knight to f6 to hit the rook. You can actually try and trap the queen with bishop to d2. So many players, instead of castling, they just prefer to go back with the queen, get it out of the way. And now moves such as e4 are already very, very sharp. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
Indeed, it's going to be very, very interesting. One detail here that we can take into the consideration is Aravin has not spent that much of the time. He has still 1 hour and 30 minutes. He has spent the increment time that he received so far for the 10 moves. And black is investing more time here. Maybe this move g4 was a bit of surprise, and it was not a preparation that Pranesh had for this game.
You never know. Obviously, he knows a bit about the line, but you never know the depth of preparation. And these players are playing the circuit together. They're going around the world playing the same type of tournament. So they normally have some history. You never know. But this is a very critical game for them. For many of these players, if they wasn't around tomorrow, this would be the last round of the tournament. This would be where they would be fighting for the first prize. So they're used to playing really strong chess in the last rounds. They're professionals. They know what they're doing.
Exactly, Michael. Now let's go on the first board and try to cover all the top boards. Here we have the first one, Saturaman against Volodar, and these two has already traded the queens, and this is also quite heavy theory, right? They are just following the variation.
As you know, they're playing the Berlin variation, and the idea which has caught my attention when I was watching it before, a lot of games end in a draw nowadays with this move a4. Sorry, with this move d takes e5, knight takes b5 and a4. This is one of the lines that Nakamura and company always make a draw.
Yeah, I love this one.
You'll see this so many times.
I love this one.
Check and back and here and back and check and this. This is tremendous that they want to do so many draws with this line. But of course, it was Kramnik who investigated this line for his match against Kasparov many years ago for the World Championship, and it went very well for him. He investigated the ending, and he concluded that the ending was okay for black, but more importantly, I read the book about the match of 2000, and what he was saying is the ending is good for black for equality, but against a very aggressive player who likes to play with the queens on the board, it's especially good. Because, of course, Kasparov is well known for his fierce attacking play. Now, you take the queens off the board, and maybe they thought that his level would drop just a bit. Although, of course, he still is an excellent endgame player. Now, after here, there are many moves, but rook d1 and h3 is very interesting, because if white can play g4 without any problems, then he limits the attacking value of these two pieces here, and he can get the square d4 for the knight. But of course, Volodar knows this and played h5. And now if you play g4, then it's a bit different, because if you play g4, then the pawn will be hanging with the bishop afterwards. So white played knight to c3. Now he wants to go with his knight to e4 and then to g5. And black played bishop to e7, knight to e2. Knight to e4 can also be played. Knight to h4. And now, Ketty, what is Volodar doing here? He's trying to swap off all the pieces he can. And what result is he trying to receive? He's trying to achieve a draw.
He wants to achieve
to get a draw. Volodar wants to get a draw, get on to 7.5, and hopefully tomorrow have the white pieces in the last round. That's what he's trying to do. Because he knows that Seturaman is a very dangerous player. If he gets a draw with black, it's going to be a good result for him.
He plays safe, yeah?
He's playing very safe. And of course, if Seturaman wants to win, then he might have to take a risk at some point. So that's Volodya's strategy for sure, for certain. I mean, he probably wouldn't do this against me or against you. Against us, he plays Sicilian and crush us.
No, we always play together, Michael. Don't play against all these top grandmasters.
I don't think he'd play this ending against me, because if he played this ending against me, then I would do my best to get a draw, and I'd be very happy with it, because he has nearly 2,600. But against Seturaman, it's quite a good result, I think. Now Seturaman has to decide between playing g3, pushing the bishop back, and then playing king to g2, and gradually putting his pieces on good squares. That's one idea. The other idea I think he could think of playing here is to try to do something with his knight. Maybe knight to d4, knight to f3, b3, bishop b2. I've also seen is an idea that's played a lot to get the bishop on the diagonal. It's hard to say. Do we have this as a theoretical position?
I believe so. We do have, let me check it very quick.
Maybe there have been some moves. I don't remember seeing many games with the bishop on h4, but the theory evolves so rapidly.
Yeah, that's right. There might be some of the games on database, but for the moment I don't really have the
I'm sure the line is very, very popular, but I'm not sure if it's specifically this position has been played. However,
Michael, I sorry to interrupt, but here's the situation. We have seen Seturaman playing blitz now, his moves. Obviously, he knows this opening. He knows exactly 10 more moves from this position, and if not more. But he's the one who is burning the time. What do you think? What is his worries in this position?
You know, Katie, I'm not completely sure if he knows 10 more moves in this position.
Oh, really?
No, I'm not completely sure. This idea of knight to h4, take and bishop takes, I may have seen it before, but it's not the main line. So maybe he knows, he's probably studied the variation, for sure, before and also for this game, but he might be trying to understand the nuances, where exactly to put the pieces. Sometimes that takes time. You can't play fast if you're not totally sure. This is a position with a lot of different setups. So it's not one of those Sicilian where you know there's only one move and you can go straight for it. Here, black can play with the bishop on e7, with the knight on f5, with the knight on h4, with the bishop on e6. He has different setups, and Seturaman has to understand. One thing very important for the viewers is that the king can't castle. This is very important.
Why so?
Because it's the variation of queen takes d8, king takes d8. That's super important. I didn't want to, but as you were so amazed. Don't start castling, Ketty, if you lose your king. Okay, but this is important because the viewers may not know this, and they might be thinking, okay, black can castle in his next move. This is one of the problems with the variation. In fact, if black could castle now here or here, this would be we would be seeing this every day on the chessboard. But he can't castle, and as he can't castle, it takes a bit more time to organize the pieces. That is why sometimes you will see moves like b3, bishop b2, and even e6. They're trying to get to the king, which can't be castled.
So even though the queens are off the board and there are a few pieces in this position, still it is quite rich.
It's not easy to play.
Opening and the position, and there are still some games. Talking about this king, actually, when you play online, to castle here is impossible. It's not allowed. But when you play over the board, you can do that. You might pay for it, or might not. There was a situation like about 1 year ago or 2 years ago. One of my friends played rook b1, rook a1. Then she came back at the starting position, and then she long castled.
Okay.
Over the board.
She long castled with the king, which is illegal because she moved her rook.
Yes, it's illegal. But the thing is that she totally forgot about the rook move.
Of course.
The opponent could not remember it.
And they carried on the game.
They carried on the game. It was the longest game, I think, of the round, 80 moves or so. And this player who did illegal castle won the game.
Yeah.
So in the end, it's a very close friend of mine.
They realized when they go to put the game in the computer, they found out that it was illegal.
Yes, the game stopped there.
I'm not sure what happens in these cases if the game is finished and the score sheets are signed.
Nothing much.
Nothing. You win the game.
You win the game.
It's the opponent who has to realize that you made a mistake. Yeah.
But the funny thing was that the game ended in about like 10 to 12 moves. And there was no pigeon board because basically computer is not allowing you to castle.
Of course,
so there was no access for the viewers. And my friend told me that she came back after a long game and she wanted to put the game in the database.
Computer, of course.
And she's making castle, couldn't realize even there, and she can't castle. And then after a long investigation. She realized that it was the...
This sometimes happens, and it's normally an anecdote, and it can normally happen when the king has moved very early, doesn't move for the rest of the game, and then at some point you say, I think I can castle now, it'd be cool. Yeah. Okay, so Seturaman played bishop to e3.
According to the rules so far, back then we were doing some research and people were doing research. I think if even arbiter can interfere in this case.
The arbiter
sees
yes, the arbiter can realize what has happened. Yeah. Normally, when a PGN file breaks down, if it's being broadcasted, the PGN operator will notice there's something wrong with the last move. Go and tell the arbiter, and the arbiter, yes, he can go in and say, look, there's been a mistake here, non-intentional, but we go back, and there's a 2-minute penalization. And of course, depending if the move is illegal or not, he might force the player to move the king. Yeah. And if you can't castle, but you have to move the king, you might lose the game. So sometimes it's unfortunate.
It is. All right, so we have here the move, only one move, and we might have this game going a little bit slow. Michael, we have second board already, the move. That was very interesting, Slav defense variation. Let's go there because after long thought, here black made a move and it is h5, and according to the engine, I see right now the engine gives the question mark to this move and it allows white to capture the pawn on g7.
We're going to see this line now, but as you're saying, Ketty, he spent nearly 20 minutes on this move. Now, when you spend so much time on a move in the opening, normally you don't know the theory of the variation and you have to come up with your own move by calculation, and you can make a mistake. So I don't think this is a novelty of Pranesh. This is probably a blunder, a small blunder. Okay, rook takes g7, and what is the suggestion to carry on this position? Maybe king to f8 to attack the rook, maybe, or what's the suggestion here?
The suggestion is to play either knight to f8 to get this knight on g6, or to play king f8 is one of the suggestions. Bishop to e7 is one of the suggestions.
Bishop to e7, although I see it's a computer move, Ketty, I don't think you're going to play h5 and then bishop e7. It doesn't make sense to me. Knight f8 is possible because you're threatening to trap the king, but most likely he's going to go king f8, push the rook back, and then offer an exchange of rooks. And you know, this is a good way to exchange a few pieces and keep the position as equal as possible. That's my criteria for this, for his move. That's what I think he's going to do.
I don't understand one little detail in this position. So if we just come back here before h5.
Before h5.
White played h3.
Yes.
But the pawn on g7 was still hanging.
Yes.
So could white just capture here this pawn on g7? What's the big nuance?
No, you can capture the pawn, and then you have to think, why doesn't he capture the pawn and play h3? Now, I'm not an expert in this line, but normally when that happens is you can capture the pawn and carry on through theory until you get to a draw, because it's all analyzed by theory. Or you make a move which might be useful in some lines, and if black doesn't allow you to capture the pawn, then the move must be helpful in another situation. For example, let's say black decides not to allow you to capture the pawn. For example, g6. Now, you won't get the pawn back, but we have to find the usefulness of the move h3. Now, I'm unable to see exactly the usefulness of h3.
I think it was just hanging and white just pushed it on h3, so bishop h2 would not hang.
I think it's more important, of course, you don't want to lose the pawn, but I think it's more important to have the rook protected. So that way, if he does decide to defend his pawn, your rook is protected, and then you can go for something like e4.
E4.
So you try and open up the position. Imagine something like this. This is starting to look very dangerous for black.
True.
So the nuance behind h3 is not a superb move, but you take the pawn away from the attack of the bishop, and you protect the rook. And you allow your opponent, if he wants to protect his pawn. But if he protects the pawn, how can he do it? Rook to g8, bad. You win the pawn on h7. King to f8, bad. You lose the rights of castling.
Castle, yeah.
g6, bad. You weaken all the squares around. There's only one good protection move, which is queen to f6. That's the only decent protection move. But in this case...
The castle is also very unnatural in that position. You can castle to guard the pawn, but somehow there's a semi-open g-file. White is playing too long castle. Would you do that voluntarily?
I wouldn't do that. Of course, if I knew the theory, I would, but it's something that I'd be tempted not to do. For example, I would do queen f6, but then I suspect that white is going to go e4. And look at this, the bishop comes here. The pawn comes here, and if he dares to capture the pawn on d4, I have the feeling that pawn takes pawn might be very good. Or at least this looks very good. I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but everything is opening up. This is a very dangerous position. Very, very dangerous position. Computer seems to hold it, but I wouldn't be surprised that here there's a killer move for white. Let me see. Bishop to e3 it plays. Okay, yeah, and where do you put the queen? Where do you put the queen? Your queen is lacking squares. If you go to e5, f4 and e5. If you go to f6, I suppose he'll play bishop to g5.
And you take the pawn on d5.
You're going to end up losing your queen here.
Yeah.
Bishop f4 is another threat if queen to g6. And all of this is possible because we protected the rook. So it's an interesting move, a very interesting move.
Well, what a start of a round on the second board. Very interesting. Let's now take a look at board 3. We do also have here the leaders, Inyan against Abhimanyu, and the position is very interesting. They both traded all the kind of knights of the board, and they have 4 bishops right now.
I'd say this comes from a Grunfeld, practically for sure. I mean, the rook on b1 and the bishop on and the knight on c and the pawn on c3. Yeah. It looks like a Grunfeld, and it's all again probably theoretical. So we can take a very quick look at how this came up. This is another very important game because players are on 6.5, and a win here for one of the two. True. Again, you win, you go on to play 7.5. Now, I wonder, Ketty, if the fact that both of them are Indian players gives for a more exciting play to win, or if they're more like, okay, we're from the same country, let's play a bit more peaceful and make sure both of us have chances tomorrow. I wonder, because they might even know each other.
I wonder that too.
Personally.
I wonder that too. It's a big country, obviously,
very
and maybe they know each other. Maybe they just barely meet each other per year. We don't know the story about these players, but in general, I always envy how Team India comes together at the tournaments. They support each other.
Yes.
They share the happiness of each other. And somehow I believe that if one person is successful and gets a lot from chess, gets awards or gets the prizes, some bonuses, then the others are also thinking, I also have a chance to do it. So this is
it's part of the culture. It's a great culture.
Great thing to support each other, support the sport, rather than to be jealous, right? It's so hard to deal with the jealousy in sports.
This is the culture of the India and in general Asian countries. I was there in Chennai in the Olympiad, and of course there's lots of things that I didn't quite like, but from India because it's a huge contrasting cultures. But this. The way they were so nice to the elder people, the way they supported each other, these are values which are very good. So in this position, I stopped here because black has the chance to capture the pawn, and I'm sure some of our viewers might say, why is Michael going so fast with the moves?
Yeah.
And he's letting go.
Not taking the pawn.
I mean, there's a pawn with check.
Yes.
Why wouldn't he do that, no? Now, I seem to remember, I'm not 100% sure, but I seem to remember that in this position, if black takes the pawn with check, we block with the bishop, and of course, now there are two pieces attacked, so he has to carry on taking. And I seem to remember that this position, the knight doesn't have a good square.
Oh, no.
And if he goes back, for example, to b8 to try and hang on the pawn, imagine something like this, Ketty.
Yeah.
This looks super, super dangerous. And I don't know, the computer's
H4,
holding
H5,
this, but
yeah.
I wouldn't be able to hold this with white. So these are the dangers of certain openings falling back in development. You can get crushed and very fast.
Right. Even we don't do this queen to h6 move here at this point. If we just look at this position, we have the black all these pieces on the starting position.
Everything is working.
White has a space advantage. Developed pieces. Even if you castle here short side,
I'd still be
which
better.
is probably not
Castle
the best move.
or e5. There's so many good moves here.
It is very, very pleasant
very
position because of the advantage of the development pieces, and it is totally worth it to give up this pawn for white.
This is something, for example, adult improvers who are beginners sometimes don't quite understand. They start playing chess online, they start to get better, they think chess is very easy, and then at some point they can't carry on improving. And many times it's because they don't have the basics, the basic fundamentals. They don't have them installed like you or like me, who we have been playing for many, many years. And these things, we understand them very easily. I mean, we don't even have to think about them because they're fundamentals in our strength. So what did black do here? He played knight to e5. There was exchange of pieces. And of course, white is saying,
giving up.
I don't care about that pawn. Eat it if you want, but you'll fall behind in tempi. Also, rook to b3, you can swing the rook, you can go bishop h6. So many good moves here.
Michael, in this position, I think somewhere white also plans to do c4.
Yeah.
And first of all, it opens up the third rank, which you just demonstrate for the rook. But also, white plans to trade the dark square bishops. And it might be looking like, oh, it's so peaceful, so what's so big deal with this trades and changes? But if we get the dark square bishop, king gets really
becomes very
weak, and white will bring the queen d2, queen h6, rook on the third rank, h4, h5 still on the board. Sometimes there's also f4, f5
is also
sacrificing some exchanges.
A very interesting idea as well here to attack.
So it's not so peaceful if you play wrong moves here with black.
So black played a6, the bishop dropped back, and now he played this very ambitious move. Ketty, as I said before, I'm not an expert in this line, but if I had to play this with white, if I had to play this with black, this is the sort of move you wouldn't see me doing, this f5 move. The idea, of course, is to attack the pawn, but also the pawn can go to f4 and block the attack of white. But I'd be certainly worried here with moves such as f4 and e5. So let's see what white has actually played. Because he's thinking
white
now.
is thinking.
Well, could you see how long he's been thinking for? Can you see there? What does it say?
It is 9 minutes.
9 minutes already.
9 minutes for this move.
So Inian has obviously decided that this is a critical position, and he wants to spend some time deciding what does he have to do. He has many moves. Pawn takes pawn. He has f4. So many bishop to h6. So many interesting moves. He has to decide on one of them.
Here's the thing: if I play this position with white, I would feel like if not f5, if you don't challenge my center, I know my plan. I know I want to trade dark square because and get the pieces on the king side, h4, h5, something like that. But these kind of moves are very uncomfortable very often because if it's well thought, it might be something like you just are trying to open up the king side as well for black. But this pawn f4 move, it is just straightforward, and I think it also forces black to capture the pawn on c3. Otherwise, if we play bishop g7, white plays e5.
We should show this on the screen. If white decides to play f4, black shouldn't fall back because e5 looks very strong. I mean, this phalanx of pawns with c4 coming. This is fantastic.
The ball upside down.
Yeah, the ball upside down. He'll capture the pawn on c3. And of course, you can still get the phalanx in, and you actually cut off the bishop from the defense. So this is still very interesting. However, black does have an extra pawn, and he also has a very important move. Bishop to d4 check, pushing the king to the center. And I think that black can maybe capture the pawn on d5. So if you give up one pawn for the attack, normally it's okay. If you give up 2 pawns for the attack, then you have to be completely sure that your attack will crush in. If not, you're going to lose. And here, okay, there is the queen and the king on the same diagonal, but I don't think white has enough compensation here.
Yeah, white might not be on time. There is another suggestion here by the engine after f4 and bishop to c3. The computer says you can play bishop to e3.
Okay.
So basically you're attacking the pawn on c5 and threatening now e5 and controlling d4 square.
D4, yeah.
But the position can get really shaky after black takes the pawn on e4.
Pawn takes pawn.
It's already second pawn.
Or is it, you can get one back here by bishop takes pawn.
You can get one back, and here black has plenty of moves, like for instance b5 with idea bishop to b7.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's a rich position with so many options. That means that Inian really has to take a bit of time and try and study the different options, because we're using computer help and we can move the pieces on the board, which is very important, because if I can move the pieces, I can see how the position results. But players can't move the pieces. They like to. Imagine chess, if you could. I think this could be a good rule. Normal game of chess, but once in each game, you're allowed to move the piece and bring it back afterwards. That would be a fun rule to see.
Yeah, I very often consider this kind of things, but so far couldn't find any. Or you can, like, at some point, you can ask the advice someone.
Wow.
At some point, like each player has a chance to advise something to the team who has no access to the engine. Like there's a team of people working on one person.
This is a bit like this. I don't know if you have this in your country, but in Spain there's a television program where you have to do some questions, a test, and you have once a chance to talk on phone by someone. Also,
who wants to become a millionaire?
Exactly. Do you have it as well?
We used to have
you know the test, no? And of course in chess you can have one phone. And I think you have one chance to take 2 of the options away.
Yes, and one.
So that would be good, no?
Yeah.
So once in a game, you can ask the computer to take away a couple of candidate moves. Yes. And once in the game, you can ask someone on the phone, "Hey, could you give me a suggestion?"
This is just a cheating, yeah.
But you have to do it. You have to do it at the right moment. If you do it too early, you give the advantage to the other player.
Yeah. My favorite, my favorite ever this show is the guy who called to his father.
Okay.
You know that?
I think I saw that one. Yeah.
And he says like, "Hi, Dad. I don't really need your help, but I want to let you know that I'm just gonna win $1 million." So that's something fun we can actually think of, but as a joke.
Of course.
If not f4, f4 is very demanding move. When you play f4, first of all, you invest a lot of things here in this position. You have to spend time as well, but f4 is not only move. How about white just takes the pawn on f5?
Take on f5 and then maybe play c4 and just try and finish the development. Black does have very strong bishops here, but with c4, we are attacking.
Maybe first
sorry,
I'm
sorry about that. First, we'd have to take rook takes b7. I'm sorry about that. Rook takes b7, and hopefully I can get c4 in slightly later. This is an interesting position. The computer suggests that white would be much better here. Does he have such a big advantage? Hard to say. Does black have any other options instead of pawn takes pawn? Can he take with the rook maybe? Well. If he takes with the rook, he does protect the pawn on b7, but you know, Ketty, this rook in front of the bishop is what we call in chess decoordination. It's a wrong situation of the pieces, and this normally leads to problems further down the line. So now I can play c4, and the rook on f5 at some point will become a target for the white bishop. It's a tricky one. It's the sort of move with black you don't want to do. You'd prefer to capture with the bishop to keep your coordination.
Exactly.
Let's see what he's going to do. I think that Inyan is a very practical player. He'll notice this D-coordination and he'll go for pawn takes pawn. That's my bet. Let's see what he does. We have him on the screen, focusing very, very clearly, very...
Yeah, Indian has been played so far, very impressive chess. We really liked some of his games. Yesterday he lost the game against Morzen. It was a really crazy game where Morzen decided to sacrifice a piece. And the game was on, and there was
it could have gone either way. It could have gone either way. But the day before, he defeated Horvath in a very nice game. Did you see him? Did he take his left hand to play, or?
I was actually looking the fact that we have 3 players right now on the board at this moment, and all of them are Indians,
yeah, they're all Indians,
Grandmasters, who have each of them a good chance to win this tournament.
Aravind, Puranik, and Inyan. Yeah, I did think that he was about to move with his left hand. He was like this, and then he did like, and then he went back to thinking again. So I think he was, but of course, which move was he thinking of doing? I don't know. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait. Look at the sunset again.
Yes.
The wonderful red sky at night, shepherd's delight, remember? So tomorrow morning we'll have a very nice day. If it's red in the night here in Spain, it means the next day you can go out and have a nice day. It's not going to rain.
I'm trying to get as much as sun as possible here without any sunscreen, because I'm going to Holland and it's going to be a very long and cold winter for us. But it is absolutely fantastic to be here at this tournament. It feels like summer was a little bit longer because of these weather conditions here.
I'll be going some long distance traveling in Christmas. Not saying yet where, but I promise to send you a photo and see if you can decide where I am by the photo I'm going to send you.
I know where you're going.
Do you know where I'm going?
Yes.
Don't say it. Okay, so I hope it will be hot there. It will definitely be more hot than in Poland, that's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure, yes.
And what about the World Blitz and Rapid? They'll be in Samarkand from next week onwards. All of you should pay attention to this tournament because it's going to be really good. Yes. And I'm not so sure, but I seem to remember I looked up the weather, and it is quite cold in Samarkand. Oh, even minus. Wow.
20 at night as I look.
Minus 20?
Yeah, that's normal in some countries.
Wow. I always thought that Uzbekistan was hot, but it must have one of these weathers that it's very hot in summer and extremely cold in winter. Yeah. Okay, so let's check one other of the games. Ketty, let's go, for example. Does any game spark your attention from the positions?
We can actually go to the next game, board 4 for us, but this is not the board 4, it's a VIP board.
This is the board of Alexeyenko. Alexeyenko is actually on, let me check, because he's playing against Guillen. He's on 5.5. He doesn't have a chance to win the tournament, he's just too far away, but he does have a chance to win his last 2 games and end up with a decent performance. 7.5 out of 10 here in Sitges is quite a decent performance. Of course, Alexeyenko won last year, and he's playing with black against our friend Ernesto Fernandez, who is playing quite a decent tournament. I expect you know that Ernesto is about to win the pentathlon.
Yes.
So he'll get an extra prize because this year the Sitges organization has decided to make 5 events and call it the pentathlon. There is the Rapid, the Blitz, the 960, which is the Fischer random option, the Classical, and there's a 5th, which I'm not quite sure now, but it has to do with chess as well.
It's two Blitz tournaments.
Oh, 2 Blitz tournaments, okay.
Yeah.
So Ernesto is doing very well. He won the 960 with 9 out of 9, which is unbelievable, because that means he probably has practiced before. So, yeah, he's doing very well. Here, he's playing with white. I want to go back and see very quickly this position. It's Sicilian, Nador variation, and the Velimovic attack, but with bishop g5. Here's a very nice trick we should show the users. So here Alexeyenko plays knight to c5 and is about to knock off the bishop on b3. But there's a trap here which everyone should know. And I'm going to show it to the viewers to make sure they don't fall into this trap.
All right.
If black plays bishop to e7, which is such a natural move, white has the option, you see the bar goes up straight away, has the option, as you know, of playing bishop to e6, pawn to e6, knight to e6, and now, unfortunately, the queen is hit, and also a third pawn is hit. I've seen so many games go like this. Take here, back to f5, and this is such a lovely position to play.
Very good position.
3 pawns, attack, bad king, easy to play.
Very pleasant.
Very pleasant. So you have to be careful with this sacrifice. Make sure you never play bishop to e7 and leave the pawn without a guard. If you don't do that, it's all good. Knight to c5 is the best move, which is what Alexeyenko played. And we're about to get to the position where they are now. It's funny that black has never decided to capture the bishop. He could do this at any move.
It's because in these positions, black sometimes plays after bishop d7 to play b5, b4.
Okay.
And you want to control a4 square.
Okay.
So knight a4 will not jump.
Okay.
And
then maybe capture later on.
Yeah, when knight goes back, I think there is some sort of trap to play a5, a4 or sort of things like that.
Okay. Oh, he decides a long castle. That's interesting. That's interesting. So at some point, I'm sure he'll capture and maybe play with the 2 bishops. We'll see if that's something he will do. I didn't know this idea of b5, b4 and not allow him to play knight a4. That's good. That's one new idea for me. I'll remember that one. So e5. Now we're going into tactical territory. Pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn. Bishop to h4, hitting the rook. Provoking g3. Or rook f1, which is what he did. And now rook f8. Queen to g4, hitting the pawn on g7, hitting the bishop. Bishop to g5. Knight to f3, hitting the bishop again. f5, hitting the queen. And this is the current position of the game. What to do with the white pieces? Do we capture the pawn en passant, or do we move the queen away? That's a difficult decision. Such a difficult decision. Do we open up the position, capturing en passant, break open his structure, but he does have the 2 bishops, or do we move the queen away and try and keep the position as close as possible? What does your intuition say? What do you think you should do, Katie?
If I'm here with black, I would be happy to see it takes f, because then I can take g takes f and I will have these pawns in the center. They will start to move away. I'm not a big fan of the queen situation here, because this queen is struggling to find a proper square. Maybe I would keep the pawn on e5 and somehow find the use of it to, for instance, rook d6 sort of move.
We need to make a queen move then.
Yeah,
we need to
let's
find
say queen to
g3 maybe? b4?
Queen b4, a5 is a queen lost? Oh no, queen c4 then.
We can always start moving around here, but it's a bit shakier. g3 could be an option. Here it's more or less safe. We do threaten knight takes bishop, and we do give extra protection to the f pawn. As you said, pawn takes pawn, I wouldn't do it as well. It might be okay, but I wouldn't do it. It's not the sort of move I would like to do. I could even consider here capturing the knight with check, and then capturing with the bishop. Oh, something happened here. I was thinking of this position.
Because king is on b1, there's no check.
Oh, there's no check. So sorry about that. So we'd have to play...
But maybe there's intermediate move.
Yeah, I think we should then probably capture the bishop straight away then with bishop. Because pawn takes pawn is okay,
H4.
but sometimes not to have... Your pawns are bad, but look at the bishop. That bishop on f6, it's a winner. That could be a winning bishop.
True. Has no opponent on the board.
Opponent.
There's no white's dark square bishop. This can be very
I think that he won't take en passant.
Yeah.
However, Ernesto does enjoy playing these really open, chaotic positions.
True.
And this is the sort of position where he might see some tactics and go for it. But I think it's better not to capture.
Right. I'm not right now looking at the statistics of Kirill Alisenko, who is the second-seeded player after Dominguez and the winner of the previous edition of the Sunway Sitges chess tournament. At this point, he's losing quite a rating. He's losing 16 points.
16.
2 more games to go. He can get some of these points, but still will be
He'll be down
10,
at least 10, yeah.
Or it can also grow in a minus for him. And then looking at Ernesto's situation here, he played very interestingly. He started with 3 wins in a row, and then he was losing, winning situation, and he has not made any single draw.
Yeah, he's very unsurprising.
That's actually quite quite interesting situation, because most of us, when there's a long tournament, we make several draws even, but we can see how much he likes to fight and take the challenges in the chess games. Michael, one last game that we can take a look before we take our first break is...
Let's go to which number?
Let me check quickly with the board. It's very interesting board. This is 12.
Board 12, let's go down.
Board 12.
Between Peralta and Goluka. Oh, nice.
This is the constructor we don't see every day.
Nice. This must probably come from a Ragozin. This has to come from a Ragozin, yeah. Because these pawns already suggest that there was he was going after the bishop, and a knight probably captured the bishop on g3. This is interesting. Let's check it very quickly. Yeah, Fernando always plays the main lines. He has his openings very well thought out.
Here's actually a very interesting fact that Black voluntarily gave up the dark square bishop. The bishop was not hanging, and the bishop was actually pinning the knight. Okay, the queen
it was under attack. It was under attack.
But plenty of moves: bishop e7, a5, knight c6, and so on. But here, Black went for this sort of forcing line to taking the knight on c3.
But maybe bishop e7, no, because then white would capture on f6 and on d5. I was thinking maybe knight to c6. That would be possible. But I mean, he wasn't forced to capture, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And now g5 and knight to e4.
Yeah.
And now I think Black went to try and capture the bishop with h5, and that was stopped.
I just wonder there, instead of h3, why did not play here rook to c1? So you would play then bishop c7 if Black plays h4.
Yes, I suppose this is just a speculation that if he plays rook to c1, Black would probably play knight to c6, and you still have to deal with this threat. And I'm suspecting that the knight on c6 is better for Black than the rook on c1 in this position. It's just a suspicion I have. For example, you wouldn't be able to play bishop to e5 then. So what is a bit strange is that normally when Black goes h5, sometimes white goes h4, and in this time he went h3, a bit more slow, it's not so aggressive, calm. Now I think Black captured, and now there's a double pawn here and a backward pawn here. But Black, look at the king. If at any point white's pieces get in there, that Black king will be in big trouble. Rook e8. And I think this is the position where Peralta is thinking now. Let's make sure. Okay, so what to do against the threat on e3? Well, it's not threatened yet because the queen is protecting. But here we have to decide, do we go short castling? Do we go long castling? Maybe do we put the knight on e5? We can't go bishop to d3. That would be a disaster because then he would capture our pawn and we would be dead. So what to do in this position with white?
I'm thinking, how about we go with king f2, preparing bishop d3,
I like that
rook e1, king g1.
I like this move. You get out of the pin, we protect the 2 pawns, and we try to prepare the rest of the developing moves. Okay. Computer suggests Black's okay here, even though his pawns are his king side is weakened. But I suppose if you can't attack with your own pieces, then maybe it's not so problematic to have your pawns advance in front of your king.
Yeah, another suggestion is instead of king to f2, how about we play g4 here?
Okay, let's see this move.
And we try to open up the h file. If you take, I give you the pawn. But then I can play queen to d3, getting this queen back into the business.
Nice. This is a huge threat.
Yeah.
Oof, how to stop
the
that?
Computer likes here black
computer's going up and down. Up and down.
I can't believe this.
If it goes up and down, we do know that that means it's a very complicated position. For example, maybe we have f5 and nothing is happening, or maybe even rook to e4. We'd have to consider all of these options. But if I were black, again, I'd be very worried about this position. So that's the thing. We're analyzing and we see the computer says it's good for black, but the players don't have access to that. And they need to use their own intuition. And I'd be worried in this position.
Yeah, very interesting. Actually, g4 is the move here.
It's the main suggestion.
Yeah, g4, pawn takes, but not to take on g4. And if black takes on g4, let's see. Oh, 95.
Oh, that looks
hitting
very
the
good.
bishop first.
That looks very good.
And if bishop goes back on f5, let's say, then bishop d3 now, trading the light square. Bishop knight cuts the rook from the
knight cuts the rook,
Oh, this is perfect.
This looks very good, this looks very good. And then we can play possibly long castle, and who knows if we can get a rook to h5. This looks very dangerous. So here black's king could be in trouble. So let's see if Fernando is able to spot the idea of g4. It would give a lot of dynamism to the position. So
yeah, very interesting start of the round 9, because yesterday we had, at this moment, we had really slow start of a day, but today we have plenty of very interesting situations on the boards, and you guys, we're taking our first break and we'll be back soon with some of the updates also on the other boards, so don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a Grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a Grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival. A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges.
coming back into the 9th round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Katy and Michael in the studio. All the games are still in progress, and yet we don't have a sole leader after 8 rounds in. So Michael, we were just a few minutes on a break, and we already have some of the complications on the boards. What is the first game that we would like to show to our viewers?
Okay, I think we could go quickly over the 3 or 4 games we saw before, and then progress to some of the other games, which although they might not be important for the final standings, there's still some very interesting games here. There's the Streamer's Corner. We can have a check there as well to see what's going on. And as you can see, Kitty, it's look, we actually have the Streamer's Corner on the screen. I was told today that there are more than 5 streamers, yes, and there's a sort of roundabout. So every day there are some streamers which are regular streamers, always playing on the boards, and some other days, occasionally, someone will come up and do a stream and then play on a normal board, depending on the technology. So this is something that, for sure, is one of the main characteristics of the tournament, and hopefully it will take off, and in the future there will be more players who decide to bring a camera and stream their games for their own audiences. You could do this as well, Kitty, maybe in the future, and it'll be fun to see you playing your game. Of course, you have to handle the nerves, because now you know that everyone is watching your game. But I think it's cool, and if you do it in the future, I can tell you that one day I will be able to do your... I'll do your commentary for one day for sure.
Oh, you do?
So, I'll do it, yeah.
Okay,
if we arrange it with time, it's okay with me.
Clip it, guys. We will need this.
There's no problem. Maybe not for the whole tournament, but one day I'll do it for you. I'll get on, and it will be fun. I mean, these things are fun, and it's a new way to give exposure to the tournament.
Yeah.
Because nowadays the streamings on the Twitch, on the YouTube, this is a new gives new opportunities. And the funny thing is, Kitty, you don't have to be a very strong player to do the streaming, because these streamers, some of them are playing on the lower boards, but they don't care. They play their game, and then they go back to their room in the evening, connect to the stream, and talk to the fans about their game. And that's good. It's engaging, and it's a good way to get new fans to the game. Yeah,
chess is the game for everyone. You might be wanting to be a professional and have chess as your main thing in your life, and making money with that. It can be just a hobby for you, or it can be additional thing in your life. So it is quite useful to play chess, and time to time hang out with the chess players.
Yep.
It is such a nice atmosphere here. It's not only the chess tournament. Let's say
this is a festival.
So it's
a festival.
Yes.
10 days of chess here in Sitges. All types of events. Also, of course, we like to give a shout out to our sponsor, Chessable. As you all know, Chessable is one of the main sponsors of the event, and also takes care of all the players in the world with their opening repertoires. They do a huge amount of things. Actually, on Sunday, if I remember rightly, they were here also recording some spots. And it's very important to get good sponsors who can help the tournament promote their products in a safe environment, and they're doing a great job. So
absolutely, and sending
well done,
to the authors very nice hoodies in case if you're cold in winter. So
yeah, I want my hoodie. I want my hoodie.
Your hoodie, you want your hoodie.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that, Michael. And I was actually thinking the other day that I miss so much to play chess, that maybe I will look for some tournaments
really?
next year, because last year I played very little games. I really enjoyed that, and the games that I played was not so bad actually. The team championship
you play very
together
well.
with my buddies Gukesh, Caruana, Aronian, and many more in the same team.
If you're playing with those guys, you're definitely going to play well, because I mean, if you have Gukesh and Caruana next to you, you're going to be very concentrated. That's for sure.
Oh, actually, I don't want you to stress out too much, because when you're thinking about these big names, you are like really stressing yourself out, because basically I know I'm not an active chess player and I will not win as much games as it needed for the team. But I won one very important game against almost 2,500 very strong player in about like 15 moves.
Nice, nice, very good.
And I was like, oh my God, are they still playing after this point? I couldn't believe that I was the first person winning the point for the team. But this is so much joy, right?
So guys, those of you who are following now Ketty's channel on Twitch, please say, Ketty, we want you to play in Sitges next year.
And stream.
And if possible, stream as well. There's some other tournaments you can stream from. There's the Reykjavik tournament, which is very nice.
Oh, yes.
I personally still play, although I'm a bit older. I like to play some tournaments. I like to enjoy a lot the tournaments of teams, team tournaments, because there's not so much pressure because you're playing with your team, and also it's good fun. You get there before, you say hello to the guys, everyone plays on their board. You try and do something good for the team, and then at least we normally go to dinner in the evenings after the game. So it's more a social thing,
yes.
And this is the sort of event I won't stop playing. What I might stop playing are open tournaments like Sitges, because they're very tough. I mean, you have to really dedicate yourself every morning preparing the lines with your computer, then go and play maybe with a 12-year-old kid who's really good. It's tough, and the energy levels, they're low, so you have to be careful.
Yeah, I can do at the open tournaments 5 rounds, really good. So I'm looking for the tournaments where there are 7 rounds.
7-round tournament, that's good. Yeah. Or you can play a 9-round tournament and take 3 buys at the start, which is some people do that.
At the start?
Yeah, you can take 3 buys at the start and arrive on the 4th round and then play what is in fact 6-round tournament. You only get to play 6 rounds, but of course, then you can't compete for norms. If you do buys, you can't compete for norms. But you should try and find a tournament with one round each day and just try and have a good time. You'll be good. You'll be good.
Okay.
Let's
do that. Let's do that, Michael.
Let's see the games.
I'll find a tournament and you'll do that one day.
If you stream one tournament and I'm available,
okay.
I promise to you,
Good.
I'll get the afternoon free off and I'll do your stream. It'll be good fun.
That's very sweet.
Let's have a check of the games. Let's go from the first one onwards and see the situation right now. Let's find the last position of each of the games. This is the first board between Seturaman and Volodar. This is the most important game because they have 7 points each. And if one of the two is able to win, I have to think that he's going to have a very, very good chance of winning the game. Now, the position is equal. Yes, the position is equal. However, there are many pieces on the board. 2 bishops, 2 rooks, many pawns. There is a game here. There is a game. Is Black more or less comfortable? I'd say he's comfortable. I don't think White has an advantage. But with so many pieces on the board, I think there is still options of a game.
Yeah, and this is the game where Black has already moved the king and captured the queen on d8. So because of that reason, now these 2 rooks are not connected and they can be centralized.
No castle is possible.
That can be something that White can take an advantage of. Maybe double the rooks on d file, and then somehow in this kind of positions, I always try to find the pieces that I can trade. And in this position, if I trade the dark square bishops and get myself knight versus light square bishop, that would be fantastic.
That would be good. That would be a good plan.
Rook d2, rook d1, knight b3, bishop c5 would be my.
This sort of idea would be a good try to get the objective. Of course, it's not easy because Black will also do things. He'll try and put his pawns on black squares to activate this bishop. I think that the game will probably end in a draw because I don't think neither of the two want to risk their position. They also know, Ketty, that if they draw, they still go into the last round in the first place. So they won't want to risk more. So we'll pop round to see the other games. We'll come back afterwards to this one. For the moment, many pieces on the board, but I'd say that the most probable result will be a draw. That's my opinion for the moment. Let's go to board number 2, where Aravind is playing Punish. This was the game where he sacrificed the Shabalov gambit, yeah? Right. So let's see what happens here. So, okay, let me take stock of the position. He's got the pawn back on g7. So materials are equal. White has more space, a bit of an advantage of development, this bishop and this rook are still out of the game, and white does have the chance to long castle. Yeah, I think white is better here. I think white is better here. I couldn't say yet if he has a winning advantage, but what I will say is that he has caught his opponent in the opening, and Aravind knows more about this position than Pranesh. So yeah, I think he could go on to win this game.
It's very comfortable to play here with white. You have your next moves, and black is really struggling to find here any way to develop the light square bishop and then castle the king on the long side. That's exactly where king should go, as the g file is controlled here. So for example, not very easy moves here.
Let's say, for example, he plays knight to b6, hitting the bishop. The bishop will fall back to b3 or to d3, probably to b3. And let's say he tries now to play bishop to d7, and if possible, do the long castle, at least to coordinate his pieces. But now I think white will do the long castling, and when black does the long castle, we will have this position. Something like this is very probable that we will have in the future, this position. And look, already there are some very nasty ideas. Look at this one, Ketty. Bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and now this positional move. Look at this wonderful positional move. Queen to c5, nice. And if you take, we can take with the knight, but we could even take with the pawn, and then stick a knight on d6, and this is completely lost. So the advantage of the space for Aravind will offer him this type of opportunities. Aravind is doing well on the second board. Let's check the third board.
The third board, we actually had this very interesting Grunwald position. It seems like white decided not to go for f4, but instead to trade the pawns. And somehow black tend to activate pieces very nicely. Look at these two bishops. Now the pawn on h2 is hanging. It is black to move, actually. Black can now take the pawn.
Can take the pawn. It's a main move, a candidate move, so let's check it. When you take the pawn with check, he has to go kick h1, and the only thing you have to be worried about now, as you know, Ketty, is g3. So a good idea is to go running back, just in case. Let's say he goes running back. Let's say he goes running back to e5, and here we have to see if white has a move to play for the initiative. f4 suggests itself, attacking the bishop.
f4, g4, something like that?
That is dangerous, but at the same time, aggressive. And if you want to win with white, you go for these ideas. Let's see. f4, let's say he drops back to g7, and let's go for g4, just to see what happens. It might be too risky.
Oh, bishop b4, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is he gets this check in. Maybe we can prepare it with a move such as bishop to f3, bishop to c4.
Oh, how about rook
to b6.
And b6 and bishop c4.
Yeah, and the queen is starting to get some problems here. This is a very, very good idea. Queen to d7 is a normal move. And now we have so many good moves here. The pawn is hanging. We can play bishop to c4. Yeah, Ketty, I have the feeling that if he captures the pawn on h2, he will fall back in development and pay the consequences. He's played. So let's check quickly the move he has played. And he has captured the pawn on h2. Already his opponent has played king h1. And I'm wondering, if you don't bring your bishop back, maybe he can put the bishop... Yeah, this is a very tricky move. The computer suggests to play bishop e4 here, but this is a very tricky move, difficult to see. The idea is to stop black, stop white playing to f3. And if you play f3, then my black squared bishop has all the squares.
Also, pawn on d5 is hanging with a very serious threat. Queen and the rook are under danger.
I wonder if he's spotted this move and he's going to play it. He's looking at the position now. It's the player on the right. Let's see. Let's stay here for just a few seconds, because if he spotted this move before, I think he might play it. And it's a dangerous move, very dangerous move. And there are all sorts of variations here. f3, bishop takes pawn, bishop to c4, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop. The bishop is hanging. The rook is threatened, rook takes to e7 with the pin. This is an unbelievable position. Anything can happen here. He needs to calculate these variations. Let's go on to the next position with... So we were saying before that Bryce Tyglon has his Grandmaster norm already done here. and it seems that he already has 2 Grandmaster norms. So this would be the 3rd. So, in principle, we are thinking that he may become a new Grandmaster. But we have to wait to confirm. We have to wait because sometimes they might be missing Now, something that I've noticed many years seeing this in the tournaments, when a player gets his Grandmaster norm or International Master norm, he loses the next game. Because there's a sort of adrenaline dump that you've had. Everyone is sending you messages. Everyone's sending you messages. You did it, you did it. And then you just don't play well the next game. So let's hope that Bryce can keep his composure.
Actually, about that, Michael, that exactly happened to me twice while I was collecting my norms. Once I got it round before and then I was like too relaxed, and the other day my parents decided not to tell me because during the game I actually don't very often care about these things because then I worry very much about the norms.
It's much better not to know. It's much better not to know.
If it's a good tournament, they will let me know.
It's much better sometimes not to know.
But when I played, it was at the Georgian Championship, very strong tournament. National team members were playing there. And it seems like I achieved the norm a round before the end of the tournament.
Okay.
And the chief arbiter announced that right before I made my first move. I still remember the feeling. I saw the stars in my eyes. Like I was sitting like, oh my God. I lost the game without even fighting because like whole period that I played, I was just telling myself, oh my God.
Because you've achieved your goal. And that is of course
is shock.
It's difficult. I brought up this position here. This is on board board 8. Between Vapsanal from Turkey and another of the very strong Indian players, Krishna from India. It looks interesting, this position, because it's a French defense. Black has trouble with his knights. Look at the knights. And White's pawn structure is not allowing the knights to find squares. But at the same time, Black has this queen on c4 trying to pick up one of the pawns. So I was thinking, should I give him the pawn on b5 and launch an attack on the king side? Or should I play more modestly with rook to b1 or even queen to e2 and keep my chances for the endgame? What do you think, Ketty? What would you prefer here? Would you sacrifice the pawn on b5 and play, for example, queen to d2, rook h3, rook g3 and go for the attack? What would you do?
If it's a blitz game, I would right away go queen d2 without calculation. Not worth. I would just go for it. It looks very scary. But as it's a classical game, if this sacrifice is not working, you're going enough to give up the b pawn, and then you give up something on the king side too.
Also, the knight will come out to c6 when he captures the pawn.
And another thing is that if somehow Black holds on the king side, then pawn on a file can start the march. And we have the king in the center, so I think it's good to look for sometimes queen d2 move here because this is a straightforward move. I want to take the pawn on h6, queen gets on h6, knight g5, and a checkmate threats are on the board. And if there is a move there that stops my plan right away, then maybe rook to b1.
Rook to b1. So what you would do, you would think of queen to d2, spend a bit of time thinking if it was possible to sacrifice, and if he finds some defense or something you don't like, then you would opt first to play rook b1. I agree with you. I agree, especially because this pawn on b5 is actually quite handy to stop the knights coming to the center. So if, for example, we play rook to b1, he plays knight to d7. Now maybe we can start to do the same ideas, the same sort of attack, but without losing the pawn on b5.
I agree with that, yes.
The computer seems to think that something is wrong with the white position, but I don't really see it. So it might be something that is deep, because I think white's position is quite okay, but the computer gives black a good advantage.
You know, Michael, in these positions, very often f5 or f6 is very unpleasant.
Opening up the position on the king side.
So like let's say
something like this,
F6,
and if you take with the knight and bring your knight here at some point, no? Things like this, no?
Yes, or maybe even f5 to try the try to control the to cut the some of the files there,
so that the pieces don't go to the attack.
Yeah.
I'm wondering as well if putting the rook on c8
C5, yeah.
means that this pawn needs extra protection. Okay, it's a game. Things are happening. There has been a move, so we're going to check. The move was queen d3.
Queen d3.
So he decided to protect his pawn, but offer the exchange of queens.
I kind of like this move, Michael.
Well,
you know why? If black takes this queen trade,
I expect him to
with
take.
the pawn.
Let's check this. Take with the pawn.
With the black rook being stuck on a file, a7 pawn is hanging. White is the one who will fight and will fight the on c file for the open for the rook.
Maybe something like king to d2.
Yes.
And then bring the rook. Sometimes in these positions, I've seen moves such as a5. So you get your pawn moving, and now, if white captures en passant, then black can get his knight out. And if he doesn't capture en passant, at least we have a pass pawn. This will be interesting to see how this one develops. But as you say, the file is for white, and he will be able to get into the 7th rank, the 6th rank, or the 8th rank. So let's move on. We'll come back to this position afterwards. But this queen d3, a very interesting option. So, another game I wanted to check is Brandon Jacobson from States against the 12-year-old kid Erdogmas from Turk. I think I'm going to call him Yagis from now on, because I keep mistaking his name, because it's sometimes I say it one way, sometimes the other way. I'm just going to say Yagis from now on. He's called Yagis, yeah, that's his name, no?
Yes, that's
so,
his name.
So Yagis is playing with black, and of course Yagis is playing for his Grandmaster norm. We saw that before, but he needs to draw or to win. So let's briefly check how this game went. A lot of the kids play this semi-Slav defense with d takes c4 and looking for these positions. They're very double-edged, and kids can memorize a lot of variations in these lines. Okay, so this seems more or less logical. Some exchanges, more exchanges, and again, a typical position of middle game. Black has the 2 bishops. However, the c8 bishop doesn't have a good square to go to. And meanwhile, white has a very good development. Which side would you take here, Ketty? Black or white? What would you do here? I know who I would take.
You would take white.
I would take white, yeah. Not because I think he's better, but because I don't like playing with a pair of bishops. If one of my bishops is shut in, I just don't like it.
Yeah, I was looking for the squares where this bishop can go. G4, F5, E6 squares, they are not very tempting. D7 for the moment is tactically impossible.
You can't play it. So.
And B6, C5, bishop E7 will weaken D5 square. So for the moment, rook being here stacked, that gives white some of the time to somehow gain the space advantage. And for instance, some kind of trades like knight e5, f4, somewhere e5, and to break through the center.
That could be for the attack.
Or any way to go to the end game, like to trade the queens, would might be in favor of white, and then f4, king f2, and slowly just outplay the opponent in this type of positions. There are no weaknesses in the opponent's position, only one bad piece, and that gives you plenty of time to do whatever you want.
Yeah, black has a bit of trouble just to finish his development. There has been a move, I think. Let me see what black played. He played g6. Okay, so it's white turn now. I was thinking, it's hard to say, Ketty, but I was thinking, should I swap off the strong bishop now, or should I play something like queen to d2, controlling the file, maybe suggesting queen to h6, and maybe threatening to capture, and then go into the ending with queen to d6. Those were the moves that I was more or less thinking of, and I'm not totally sure which is the best one. Of course, the computer will tell us. It suggests rook to d2, just doubling the rooks. Here, or here to here.
Makes a lot of sense.
And what's the other move there? Queen to c1.
Oh, that's queen h6, knight g5, or what? No. Knight e5, f4 probably to control f4 square.
Yes, but I could do that with queen to d2 as well. So I'm wondering why it suggests. Why does it say c1 instead of d2? Just because he doesn't want to put the queen in front of the rook.
Oh, yeah.
Hard for me to see. Hard for me to see. Okay. Of course, this is deep. One option could be going to c1, and if my opponent plays bishop to f4, I can go to b1, for example, whereas from d2, I can't jump to b1. But this is deep. This is just too deep. Okay, rook e2 seems quite nice. And by the way, Kitty, you said something very interesting before. You said if black plays b6 and c5 to get the bishop out, then the d5 square is very weak, tremendously weak. And this would be very, very good for white. So, yeah, the Yagi's in a bit of trouble for the moment, and Brandon really fighting for his chance at winning the tournament.
Indeed, and Michael, we're just getting some information from our chat about this the candidate situation, because when we are here doing the commentary of the games, we don't know what's going on, and basically there is a lot of things happening in Twitch right now.
Wow.
Seems like Firouzja has won his another game. And
he was playing against Fedorchuk, and if he won his game, then he got the points to overtake Wesley. So he's won.
Yes.
Okay.
And he overtook the points, and we have seen also Wesley being so active lately on social media and tweeting a lot.
I think this morning he cancelled his Twitter account.
Oh no!
Yeah, he closed it. Yep. Well, I mean, he closed it. I mean, there's no other way. There's no other way to say it. He closed his Twitter account this morning, and the reason behind that, who knows? But you know, Ketty, social media, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. If you're too active, sometimes you say things or you get into discussions, which then you're thinking, I shouldn't really be doing this.
Yeah.
So I, for example, use social media to announce the events and things like this, but I don't go into debates in social media because I don't think it's good. So Firouzja won against Fedorchuk. Interesting, very interesting. So he's done 5 out of 5.
That's
by the way, Gukesh won as well.
Yes.
So in the last 2 days, 2 of the players who were qualified for the candidates, Wesley So and Anish Giri, are out, and in comes Firouzja and Gukesh, 2 under 20 players for the candidates. Good, bad? What do you think?
I have only one word in my head. It's just weird. It's just weird for me.
Tournaments organized at the last moment as well. It's always tricky. Personally, I think that if there's going to be a circuit, the tournaments have to be established before the start of the year, and you can't just add tournaments whenever you want. That's my point of view. Players should know which tournaments are able to be counted for the circuit and which ones aren't. And for the rating list, I don't know. I think it's better to have if you want to qualify someone from the rating list, maybe to have different lists and to calculate a media of all the lists instead of just saying one list and see who gets there at the last minute. No?
And there is another opinion as well about blitz points, and to have this tournament also in these circles. So many things is happening these days, and this is just the very end of the year, and the players don't have time to.
Of course. I think there's still one tournament left, which is the World Blitz and Rapid. I think that it gives some points. The World Blitz and Rapid.
Rapid gives, I
but for Giri to get his spot back, I think he needs to win or come second. I mean, he can win, of course. But do you know how difficult it is to win a Blitz or Rapid? Wow, that with Magnus and Nakamura there, and Grischuk, and all these, the Abu Satarov, and all these Indian guys. I mean, it's unbelievably difficult. So it's going to be a tricky one to see if Giri can get back in or not. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Well, guys, thanks a lot for letting us know all the all the news that is happening in social media around this topic. Of course, it's very, very sharp topic, and from our side, we are giving you very nice chess insights from our tournament. Here we have the players who are fighting so much, Michael. This is such a great event that I think I have not seen for a while, that we don't have early draws here.
No draws.
No one
early
agrees
draws.
for a draw. They
No
are
draws.
not going for the round to round, which is like so common for open tournament.
But that's good. That's good.
It's fantastic.
That gives
It's
for good games, attractive games. It allows people to come and see the games and not be bored by draws in the first
respect
round.
to other players too, because when you are agreeing with your opponent several rounds and going easy with the draws and resting, then the others are a bit in an unfair situation.
So I brought back this game. We checked this game earlier, and this was the position where Fernando Peralta could have played the G4. You remember the G4 move? But he didn't. So let's see what he did. We were more or less here, and we were looking at this move G4, which looked very interesting. Fernando is more a technical player, and although he is aggressive and will enter tactics if need be, normally he will only do it if he sees them very clearly. And this was a bit murky, so he went for bishop to e2, knight to d7, castle, why not?
Yeah.
The rook is well placed on the f file, because there's a lot of weaknesses on this file. So his opponent went bishop to g6, and now he played rook a to e1. This move here suggests to me, Ketty, that he wants to play bishop to d3, and at some point try and open up the position with e4. That's what it suggests to me. So let's see what his opponent did. His opponent, of course, he can't play knight to f6, because then the pawn on g5 would be hanging.
Yeah.
So this is a problem, because if he could get the knight to e4, I think he would be more or less okay, but he can't. That's
How
one of
about
his
f6
problems.
in this type of position?
Maybe
you put
f6.
your pawn on f6.
Just to play f6,
c6 and
do some protection and hold the position. Of course, if black goes f6, I'm sure white would go queen to b3 and start hitting these weaknesses.
And bishop d3,
maybe bishop
getting
d3
rid
afterwards.
of the light square bishop,
So his opponent played here c6, just protecting the pawn, seems reasonable. And now Fernando played bishop to d3. Now, if he exchanges, we take back with the queen, and look at this lovely square to put a piece on f5. A rook or a queen there would be very, very strong, tremendously strong. So his opponent did something quite interesting. He played king to g7, just protecting the bishop. Now, I'm wondering, and this is a question for you, what do you think? If Fernando trades bishops, will you capture with the king, or will you capture with the pawn? It's a good question. I mean, I was thinking before, and I just don't know.
I would capture with the pawn, Michael.
With the pawn.
Because if king captures, this king cannot control f5 square. And the variation which you showed earlier,
Seems
if white
dangerous. It's dangerous, isn't it?
controls the f file and f5 square, it is very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
But if pawn captures, then black also has this f file. You can get the rook there and hold the knight on d7. It is not the best position. White can still try h4, knight g5.
Do some things there, yeah.
But yeah.
So you think he'll capture with the pawn? I agree. But the thing is, when you do this, if Fernando decides to do it, which we don't know, I thought it was quite funny. These formation, I think I've never seen this before in a game of chess. I'm thinking about typical positions of pawns on the king's side, and I don't think I've ever seen 3 against 3 with a double pawn, and black's pawn so far advanced. I've seen it sometimes behind, but not so far up. So this is a sort of new sort of position, no?
Yeah.
And now I was thinking of this move here, queen to d6. I was just pondering if this could be interesting, maybe with this idea, maybe at some point some sacrifice.
Yeah.
I think black has to be very careful here.
I agree with that.
The computer's holding, but computers hold everything. But the human player has to hold, and that's not easy.
I am very surprised that the engine is not given here
even more advantage,
big advantage, because
Yeah.
I clearly see here some of
It looks
white's
very good.
plans.
It looks very good for white.
And black is somehow stuck. The king is very weak, and when you are evaluating this position, you are given here white big advantage.
Yeah. Sometimes, what I've learned by working with computers, Ketty, sometimes when you have a very bad position, the best technique is to go into an ending with a pawn down. So, for example, things like knight to f6 or knight to f8, exchange the queens, give up the pawn on g5, which is a double pawn, and then you play the ending, a pawn down. The other player has double pawns and backward pawn, and that's why the computer only gives you plus 0.70, 0.80. You know, sometimes you can hold to a draw this type of position, whereas if you keep the queens on the board, you might be mated. So it will be interesting to see if black understands that in some positions he needs to give a pawn and try and fight for a draw, a pawn down in the ending. Difficult to do when you're playing. You're always thinking of not giving pawns. But it's we could actually check if the suggestion is to give the pawn. Yeah, well, the third move would be knight to f6.
Third.
So not the first one, but this move here, something like this. It's an advantage of 0.65, 0.70.
Yeah.
You might be able to hold this to a draw.
But
if you don't want to be mated.
Michael, the thing is that what computer suggests the first line has the same idea as you are mentioning. Queen to e7.
Oh.
Offering a queen trade.
The same idea.
Giving up the g5 pawn, and additionally you have the rook, another rook coming on e8, hitting the pawn e3.
Yeah.
And that's why maybe it is.
Also preventing rook to f7. I agree. So this is something that if you want to become a good player, you really need to understand. If you're equal material, but your position potentially could get worse, try and think of ways of sacrificing a pawn. And sometimes if the other player has a double pawn or some other weakness, you can get a draw. But it's so difficult to do on the board. You just don't want to give away pawns. Kids never do this. And experienced players do it much more often. But just kids don't want to give the pawn. No. I lose a pawn, I'll lose the game. No. A lot of endings you can do draw with the pawn down.
Yeah,
okay, so we've learned something interesting on pawn structures. And let's go back and see if we can find... I need more interesting games. Horvath, he needed to win today for the Grandmaster norm. Let's see how he's doing. Okay, so...
Horvath has suffered 2 losses in a row, while he was the sole leader of the event for many rounds.
Yep.
And he has still very good chances to achieve his Grandmaster title. And let's see if he is doing good. B6 has been just played now in this position, and the knight on d3 is hanging, but you can't capture this because queen on e7 is pinned.
The queen for the moment is pinned. But if you move the knight, he'll win the pawn. And if you exchange pawns first, then he opens up the rook for this pawn here. So this is a very funny position. Let me think just for a moment here. Let's see, if I were white here, I don't think I would want to capture this pawn because he'll capture back. And then unless I can play d5, I don't want to do that, unless I can play d5. I was thinking, Ketty, maybe capture the pawn on b6, and when he captures back, maybe I have time to do rook takes pawn. Can we check this?
Yes,
I'm a bit worried, but let's check it just in case. Because I'm worried that if I capture the pawn, he'll move his queen away, attacking my rook, and then my knight will be in trouble. Let's see if it's bad. If the computer goes down, it means it's bad. Yeah. He can move his queen away. Maybe to c7, or maybe to a7. And then it's a double attack.
Yeah.
And we're in trouble. So it's a tricky position for Horvath. Computer says it's equal, but I don't know where to move the knight. Where to move that knight?
How about we take the pawn on b6 and play knight to b4?
Okay. Take. Take. Oh, this is good. Yeah, because also the knight protects this pawn. I like this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and somewhere the idea might be to take on e4, push b5, d5, some sort of moves. Okay.
So, is there any threat now? There's no threat now for the moment. So probably black could play f5 here. If I'm not mistaken, this might be a move, just to protect the pawns. Ketty, I like your move, knight to b4. This is, I think this might be the best move for Horvath. It's a critical moment for him. He needs to win, and the position is maybe equal, but not. He doesn't have much to try and fight for something more active, with more initiative. It's a technical position. What about Jing Jiao Tin? Tin Jin Yao from Singapore. Oh, what's happening here?
Knight C1.
What's happening here?
Dropping the knight, hoping for trade of the knight.
Oh, so we put the knight here. Okay, so it can be captured, but then the rook comes in, does a check. Okay, captures back. Oh,
Rook H, Rook E7, you can win the pawn.
Nice, nice, very nice. Yep, we get an extra pawn. Will it be enough to win, though?
I don't think so.
Will it be enough to win?
Black can also go for B pawn. Rook to C2, for instance, in this position.
Yep.
And you can take both of these pawns, and 3 versus 2 on the king side is a draw.
Yeah, let's show this to the viewers. So this position here, white does have an extra pawn, and he'll play to try and win. But normally, as long as black plays more or less precisely, he gets a draw in this position.
Yeah, 2 versus 3 is quite easy to play, but when it comes to more pawns, like 4 versus 3, the things
Always
can get
difficult.
very
Always
ugly
more difficult.
in that scenario. But this one, I can't believe that it can be a struggle for.
No, for a seasoned player, this is the type of ending that he'll already have played many times before. I've played this ending many times, both with the pawn and without the pawn. And I've defended this ending with pawns like this now. I've defended the ending with pawns on f7 and h6 from a Pelikan Zvesnikov defense, and it's not terribly difficult to defend. It's actually easier to defend with the pawns broken open. It's actually easier to defend because you have the king in the middle. Okay, so Tin Jingzhao probably will end his game in a draw. Let's find some more games.
Board 8, I would suggest. Oh, sorry, not board 8. What's the bit 2 down? Let me check. That's 2. Okay, I have to check more.
Give me some interesting positions. Katie, what are you finding there?
There is one interesting position, but can't say the player's name fully. Jonah.
Ooh.
John.
Look, this is the game between Ernesto and Alexeyenko. You remember the one that he had played f5. I think Ernesto has sacrificed the exchange. Wow, let's check this. Yeah. So Ernesto went back. Alexeyenko put his bishop on an active square. The knight is still protecting the pawn on e6. And now Ernesto Guillen played knight to d4 with a double attack on the bishop and on the pawn. So what did Alexeyenko do? He played f4, hitting the queen. And now, boom, rook takes d4, sacrificing the exchange. Okay, let's carry on. Rook takes rook. Where is the compensation? Boom, the pawn on e5 falls, hitting the rook. So now he has a bishop and a pawn for the rook. So Ernesto went back. And now he offers the exchange of queens. Wow. And Ernesto says no.
Why is that? Are there black pieces too active?
I would have expected that with an extra exchange, you'd change queens. But there is one interesting detail. If he exchanged queens right now, the pawn on g2 is not so easy to defend. It's not so easy to defend because if he plays rook to d2, he falls under the range of the bishop with pawn to f3. So this is the problem with White's position. There are too many tactics here. Interesting, very interesting, very interesting. So Ernesto decided to go back with the queen, play for the attack. And now Alexeyenko dropped back with the bishop, maybe threatening bishop takes knight. And it's Ernesto's turn here. By the way, look at the times. 60 minutes only left for Kirill, 50 minutes for Ernesto Guillen, plus an extra rook for the knight. So
this is
this could be a surprise.
Getting very interesting.
Very interesting.
The time situation and the complication on the board, it is really complicated
Nestor's
position.
played.
We
He's
cannot
played.
really say who stands better here. Queen to c4. He kept the queen on the board because he believes that black's king is a bit exposed.
He wants to attack, yeah. He wants to attack.
He wants to use his queen, and we know how creative player Ernesto is.
Yeah.
We have seen that already. Michael, I found the board, and this is actually something really crazy is happening on board 20.
Okay.
Maybe we can take a look.
Let's
in
check.
that board. We have here
Board
Jonah
number 20.
Willow against Abdi Malik, Abdi Salimov.
Okay. Ooh, they're in the middle of some tactical sequence. Let me just look for a moment. Equal material, but White's king is all over the place. Let's see what happened here. Let's go back a few moves. Okay. Ooh. Let's see. So we'll stop here for a moment. This looks like some sort of Nador. Knight takes pawn.
Wow.
Queen to g1.
So weird.
Knight to e6. Bishop to e3. Last moment to long castle. Bam, check. You're not going anywhere. King to d2. Check. Knight to d5. Bishop to d7. Rook to d1. Queen to a5. Of course, if you drop back now, then the pawn on a2 is hanging. So he played b4. But this, according to the computer, this is a huge blunder. A huge blunder. He's lost here. So what could he have done here instead of b4? Let's see.
Knight c3 is the move that guards the pawn on a2.
Yeah.
And also blocks the check. You can do that, maybe?
Pues that's the move that he should have done, yeah. Knight to c3. You drop back, protect the pawn, block the check, and try and get king to c1 on the next move.
Still, it's not the best move.
But he's fighting. It's in any case, it wouldn't be losing. So what about king c1 straight away? Just let me check this for a moment. If he doesn't eat the pawn, we play king to b1. And if he does eat the pawn, let me just check here for a moment. Maybe there's some tactics here. You know what I'm thinking, Ketty? I'm thinking that this knight here on d5, plus something like queen to h2, hitting the bishop and hitting the pawn on e5, this could be very interesting. Yeah, there were ideas for Willow in this position. He played b4, and now it seems he's getting late to the position. Oh, nice intermediate move. Look at this one. Knight takes e7, bishop to a4, intermediate move.
Oh, nice.
Hitting the pawn, and the queen is behind.
Nice one.
Yeah, by the way, check. This you have to calculate. Take, and we take on d1 and game over. Yeah,
It's game over.
yeah. He had it all calculated. So he played king d1, king takes e7, take, king f8, and this was the position we were looking at. The king is completely safe. White's king is not safe. The pawn on c2 will probably fall, and this is going to be most likely a win for black. Grandmaster Abdi Malik will take down international master Jonah Willow.
Oh, very many things in this game actually was happening. As we have now Streamer's Corner on the screen, let's take a more closer look once again with the full screen to check out the players, and later on we can actually take a look at the chess games. You can see right now Atusa, who has a very good chance to get her international
Is she
master.
playing in the Streamer's Corner?
That's right. She just walked out right now from the board.
So she's streaming her games then.
I don't think she's streaming. You guys in our chat, please let us know if
But why is she
these
there?
players are streaming.
If she's there, she must be streaming, because maybe her opponent is streaming. But we know that she does have a streaming channel, so maybe she is streaming then.
Okay, what I know, I had a bit of chat with her the first days. I asked if she's going to stream. She said she's not planning to.
Okay.
But
maybe she changed her mind, or
yeah, what we have here at the tournament is 5 boards which are ready for all the streamers who have registered at the tournament. So basically, we can see right now 3 streamers streaming the game, and then we do see other 2. Actually, we see 4 streamers.
Yeah, I think there's 4 streamers.
And we always have 1 extra board, which is open for rotation.
Okay.
So if here Atusa wants to stream, she has this board, she has the PGN board and the space, because when you are deciding to stream, you need to have some space.
Yes.
And I actually saw some of the equipment. It's not so easy.
No.
So much preparation. You have to call.
You have to be careful, because if you're walking around there and you knock down a tripod, it's a big problem. You know,
and they also have the small purse or bag, and they hang on the
tripod. They put the bag.
Yes, and you know what inside this bag? They have the power bank. So when you are playing for 5 hours, maybe you need
for the mobile phone to carry on.
The charger. Yeah. So actually, I was looking, I was observing the situation. Maybe in the future I will stream my games, and I was like, I need to know how they're doing this.
You should talk to one of them and maybe get some insight on the preparations they need to do. Ketty, I think that tomorrow is the last round. I think we should do our best to get one of the streamers in here to talk to us about their experience in the tournament, and also maybe to tell us about how they did the streaming, and if they can tell us any anecdotes about how it went. So I think we'll talk to the tournament director. We can check the games tomorrow, and when we see one of the streamers finish their game, maybe Alexandra, or maybe Jules Gambit, or whoever, or maybe even Otosa, if she gets her norm, then maybe they can come in, and we can interview and just get an idea of their experience here, and if they've enjoyed themselves. I think it would be good. You can even ask in your chat if there's a favorite one your followers want to see.
You guys, if there is anyone that you want us to have closer on or the board, just let us know. We'll go.
Jules Gambit is one. Alexandra Prado is the other. Samanova from Kyrgyzstan also is streaming. And Kostya, we had him the other day. We talked to him the other day. So maybe one of the ladies would be cool to have her here and talk about these bags with the power charges, the difficulties that they have to be able to do this, and also the nerves they have during the game when they know everyone is looking at their game outside. Okay.
Yes, we actually had the chat says this the day that you were not at the. No, you were not
you had
there.
one already then.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Who did you talk to?
Jules Gambit.
Oh, she was inside here.
Yeah.
Oh, great! I didn't know that. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, and it was funny because I was looking for the games by the name, but I don't know what is her last name.
I think she's
it's
Julia.
Gambit.
Yeah. That's her streaming name. Yeah, I think she's Julia, but I can't recall her last name. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. Okay, so maybe Alexandra, or maybe we'll also have the arbiter of the tournament. He'll come in also too, and it would be cool if there's an outright winner, we have to get him in here. If he wins before the tie breaks, we need to get him here tomorrow as well.
There's a question in our chat, how to get at this tournament. So to answer to that question, you guys, this is the open tournament. So basically everyone, rated player or even not rated player, can play. It is divided into 2 groups. You can play in the A group, where all the Grandmasters and higher rated players are playing. And there's also Group B, where you can play against the players who are below 2,000, and there are the prices, special prices for the both groups. And besides that, there are a lot of side activities, the Blitz tournaments, and not only also some master classes, chess master classes, and also food master classes. I attended many of them today. We had Desert Masterclass is the final one. Table tennis,
tournament, Blitz tournament, Rapid tournament, 960 tournament, masterclass of conferences. They even give chess films in the evening. I mean, so many things to do. Yeah, you don't get bored.
24 hours is not enough. I think when you are at this tournament, you need extra 2 or more hours.
And also the northeast of the northeast of Spain, the region of Catalonia. Barcelona is half an hour away in train, and even the city of Sitges is very nice. So if you can get a chance to come and play this tournament, or even just be a spectator, or even just to come and play a Blitz. Some players come here, take 3 or 4 days of vacation and play the Blitz. And that's enough for them. You don't really need to play the full tournament if you don't have enough days. But there's so many opportunities here. And look at the sunset. I mean, it's a wonder tournament.
To be indeed. And you guys, now we are going to take our second break to get some energy for the upcoming time scrambles that we're gonna have for sure. Yep. And by the time we're back, we are going to actually cover some of the games of the streamers from the streamer corner. So give us your questions of which of the games you want us to cover. So we're gonna read the comments in the chat, and by the time we're back, we're gonna see the top boards and also streamers games as well, and we're gonna check it out how they are doing actually. So we're going to take a very short break and we'll be back soon.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a Grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a Grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our green and sustainable chess festival.
And here we are back in the 9th round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Michael and Katy in the studio. The sunset is on the background as the day is getting into the evening. Michael, I think we already have some of the results.
Yep.
Before we dive into the chess part of the broadcast, I would like to give a big shout out to another tournament. We got the raid from that tournament. It happens in Poland, and there is a tournament, Poland versus the world. And this tournament ended, and we got the raid from them. So greetings, thank you very much, and I hope you guys will like this event as well. Chessable Sunway Sitges tournament is very close to the end. Last 2 rounds.
Now finally I know why it's called Sunway Sitges, because the sun never goes down. I mean, it's been there for the last 3 hours. I mean, it just hovers over there and just doesn't go down until the end.
There's also light of a bit of sun.
So this is the Sunway Sitges. And yeah, Katy, as you were saying before, we already have some results, and one of them is very important. We're going to check very quickly the draw that has been agreed on the top board, which means that Seturaman and Volodar Murzin go into the last round joint leaders, and we'll have to wait to see if any other player can catch them on 7.5. This also means that no one can do 9 points. Impossible. Maximum result can be 8.5. This is the final position. Here they agreed a draw. White is a pawn down, but it was sacrificed just a few moves ago, and there was a repetition.
So Seturaman really tried.
Yeah, he tried.
To win.
He did. You remember we were talking about this sacrifice of the pawn to open up the lines, but in this position, it's just enough to do a draw. He went here. Now there was a threat. This is a very strong threat here. So Volodar opted to exchange, and by capturing with the pawn, we open up another threat here, which forces b6. And now the way White forced a draw is quite interesting. First, he attacked the pawn on e6, which was counterattacked by the bishop on f4, and now this is the draw. Hit the pawn on g, go back, hit the pawn, he protects. Hit the rook, he goes back. Hit the pawn, he protects. Hit the rook, he goes back. Complete draw. This is a threefold repetition. Both
he can't really improve this position from any of the sides.
He could play rook to g6. This is possible. However, now the rook, which is worth 5 points, is the rest of the game just going to be defending 2 pawns. White can play rook to e4, improve his king, and this could actually end up being dangerous.
Yeah.
Because although he does have an extra pawn, there are so many weaknesses that trying to win with this position is very complicated. Of course, if Volodar with the win maybe is winning the tournament, maybe he would have continued. But I think his idea in this game was to play solid and just get the draw, and he's achieved it. So Volodar will be happy today with the draw.
All right, so that means that if the first game is done and it's a draw, then the other players have a very good chance to catch up. And for instance, if we go to the second board, we can see that we might have a decisive result in this position.
Let's go to the end of the game.
We need to update a little bit.
Yep, we go to the end of the game. This is the updated position. We looked at this position a while ago, and already White was doing very well. This game of Aravint against Pranesh. I thought he would long castle, but even before, I was thinking that maybe he could just put his king on e2 and hide behind his pawns. Eventually, that's what he's decided to do. And of course, there's a threat on f7, both with knight and with rook. There might be other threats in the position, such as d takes c5, and then there's basically threats on the king. How does black defend against all those threats? How are you going to do this? This is a problem. First of all, we need to defend against the threat on f7. How to do this?
Well, you can't really do with rook to d7, because then this rook will be pinned by bishop b5.
Yep, we have to show this to the. We can show this to the viewers. So, he just plays c5. It's actually it's White's turn, but maybe he could have done it before, because there would be no pin. But he probably was facing other things, so he went for c5. Risky move, But at some point, I think he wants to go for a counter-attack.
Was there a knight? Okay, yeah, sorry.
Maybe some knight to e6 or some tactics. But now, of course, I think he's thinking Aravind now. I think we should go for the capture of one of the pawns. What I'm struggling to see, if it's better to capture with the rook or with the knight on f7. Because both options look interesting to me. I'm not quite sure which of the two is better. I think I'm going to capture with the rook, but I'm not sure. What he's going to do if I capture with the rook? Computer doesn't like this move much. It still gives me the advantage. Oh yeah, no, it's finding its balance, and now it's +2. So if you capture with the rook, it's an extra pawn. So this would be good for white, for sure. We're going to capture with the knight and see if the computer likes it even more. The thing about capturing with the knight, I don't like this.
The queen, yeah.
But the computer says it's okay, goes down, goes up. Doesn't clarify. No, it does look good. It's hovering around the mark. The thing is here, we don't really have a tactic because knight to d6 will fail for rook takes d6. So it's pinned. I don't like having my pieces pinned, Ketty. It's something that
and also there is a very slim chance for any tactics as the queen hangs with the check as well. So you can't think of any fancy lines.
If I capture this pawn, it should be with the idea we have a game. We'll go and check this one now.
Oh, it's a decisive result. Board
we'll check this one quickly then. We'll come back here afterwards.
Yeah.
So while Aravind he only has 3 minutes, by the way, so he doesn't have much time, and he needs to clarify the position and convert the advantage. Let's see what happened here.
Inian against Abhimanyu.
This was the Grunfeld. Remember the Grunfeld?
Yes.
Yeah, this was the Grunfeld we were watching before. So, sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
I'll get it back very quickly. So let's go back to where we were before. And we left it after bishop takes h2, king h1, queen e5, queen c4, bishop e4, more or less what we were thinking. Now the bishop is under attack. f4, okay. Now the bishop is protected, but more importantly, we're threatening king takes. So, why didn't he take now? What am I missing here? Why
bishop f4 or?
Why doesn't he take on f4? Take.
There's a d6 in the end, I guess.
Take and d6 check intermediate, yeah. But even so, I'm not totally sure. Okay, he went here. And why didn't he take the bishop? What am I missing? I'm missing so many tactics here. Okay, so if he takes the bishop, I think black takes on d5 and gets the piece back here. So he went bishop to d4 with the idea, if you capture, then I capture on e4. Okay, that's clear. Take. Now the bishop is under attack.
Yes.
Bishop to g3. By the way, threatening very dangerous things.
Oh, that's a blunder.
Ooh, what a blunder.
It's checkmate, right? Queen h5.
So check. And check with the bishop.
And the queen g5.
He missed that. He missed the simple king f2, king f1, queen takes g5. Wow.
He didn't see probably follow up after queen h2, and bishop h2 is not the move you are thinking that I will be checkmated with bishop h2.
You're completely right.
Cuts the queen.
He probably thought the queen h2.
And he had only 2 minutes here, 3 minutes.
So this check still looks good, but maybe something like this is not decisive.
Yeah, because rook b8 is coming,
and now
somehow you have problems.
He goes on to the attack.
Yeah.
And then he was hit by bishop h2.
That's so painful. Inian is losing second game in a row.
Yeah, because king h1 is not good because of check, discovered check. Wow. Easy to miss this move, though. When you're focused on queen h2, it's easy to miss that bishop h2 was even stronger. Wow. Well, this is a huge result for Abhimanyu. A huge result.
Yeah. First decisive result, and maybe even on the second board it will be decisive result. So that is very impressive. Round 9.
Yeah, this means we have Seturaman from India, Murzin Puranik from India, Aravind, if he wins, also from India, and then we have Murzin who's a Russian player playing under the FIDE flag. But we still have another player, Vignesh. Could you check if Vignesh has 6.5 as well?
Vignesh has 6.5.
Now Vignesh is actually, you remember what we said, that when you get your norm, then you lose the game. So Bryce got his norm, but he's in trouble here. He's in trouble. So I'm not sure if he's going to lose the game, but definitely he has a difficult ending here. He's going to be down a pawn very soon, and also Black's king is slightly weak. Now, what is the best way to get the advantage with White here? It's 1.5 points of advantage according to the computer, but if we capture one of the pawns, then they capture the pawn on b2, hitting d2. So we need something better. What could it be here? Candidate moves. Rook to g4 maybe? Protecting and threatening to take this and this.
I love rook g4.
That looks
it's
good.
Such a nice move.
Or even, I'm just going to do a move to see what happens. Capture, and now rook to g4. With the...
How you're going to avoid the checkmate on g7?
Very difficult to stop. Well, basically impossible.
You have played g5 and that's
basically impossible.
Really bad position.
So that means that if he takes on c7, Black can't take the pawn on b2. So he has to start looking for a move here because the threat is rook to g4. Ketty, this is a very, very difficult position for Bryce. Yeah. Very difficult.
It is.
Of course, he has achieved his main goal, which was to get the Grandmaster norm. Sometimes when you achieve your goals, you don't play fully at your capacities afterwards because, it's like, as I was saying, you sort of you get the dump of adrenaline when you achieve your goal. So I've seen this many times.
Yeah,
and true. Also Vignesh is very good. Does Vignesh have 6.5?
Yes, she has. He has 6.5.
And there's no one else with 6.5.
We do have actually Jakobsen, Brandon, and Dogmus Yagi is also 6.5 point. We can check them out. They are playing on the board.
Brandon against Yagis.
Yes,
these are 6.5. But you know that means there will be 5 Indian players tomorrow in the lead.
Wow.
Wow. Well, 5 now. 4. Aravind, Puranik, Seturaman and Vignesh and Murzin is sticking there as well. Now, if Jacobson wins, there will be another player. And also, could you check how many points Volodid Vadiko has? He's playing with Jules Musart. He looks like he's going to win.
6 points.
This looks like a good position to analyze. Let's go back here. Okay, so let's start more or less around here. White is slightly better, but nothing is happening very dangerously. And now let's see how White, taking advantage of the phalanx of pawns looking at the king, we always attack where our pawns are directed and where our pieces are headed. So he goes for the attack. Let's go. Rook c1, b3 to prevent the knight getting here. Take. And now he starts bringing the piece over. f4. The V of the victory. Up to. Here we go. f6. Always difficult to know if to do this move or not because you're weakening your king. And when I was a young, one of the books I read always told me, if you're under attack on one side of the board, don't move your pawns unless it's absolutely necessary. The thing is it absolutely necessary to play f6 now? I don't think so.
On Chess Kid, Michael, we have this term that if you want to push your f-pawn, you need the written permission from Grandmaster Mike to move the f-pawn.
It's so dangerous, yeah?
Yes.
Look, it underprotects all these pawns. It might allow White to have a passed pawn, protected passed pawn if he wants to. It's a weakening move. Yeah, I'm surprised actually that a player such as strong as Jules Musart would do this move. By the way, here they are. Here's Jules on the right, and Volodar is on the left of the screen. on the second, the board behind. Okay, so
Yeah,
e6, good.
I think, Michael, that might be the reason, as Musart is coming from London Classic tournament,
Yep.
very strong tournament, and to play back-to-back two very
Difficult,
tough
very difficult,
tournament
of
is
course.
not very easy.
Of course, in no way, shape or form, I am criticizing the players, because I'm a player myself and I understand how difficult it is to play chess at a high level. I'm just trying to explain.
Yeah.
We are trying to explain the moves
What can be the reason why?
and trying to
it's not-
speculate on the
yeah.
reasons. But you're right. I mean, he's coming to play. He played the London Chess Classic, a really tough event. He travels to Spain. But these are professional players. So they're used to playing several tournaments in a row. And of course, they learn how to manage their efforts, to manage their... So look, he got the 2 pawns up the top. And now a typical attacking plan would be to bring the queen to the king's side and maybe, hopefully, to get the knight. And Taras used to say, if you sacrifice a piece, and you still have 2 left, then you can go for the mate. 3 pieces a mate. And also I learned many years ago that 1 pawn protected by another on the 6th rank inside the castle king is worth a piece. So if you get this and you don't have an extra piece, you're doing good. So let's see what happened. This is a try to defend, but white plays queen h5, brings the knight,
Yeah. Knight
brings
f4
the knight.
anyway.
Maybe we have to swap off the knight, but that's always dangerous as well. He played rook to a3, going for this pawn here. Queen to g4. He wants to put the knight here.
I'm still surprised that Black didn't capture it. Maybe he captured now, because if knight gets on h5,
Yep, that's
then bishop
super
gets
dangerous.
on h6.
Super dangerous. This is what happened. This is a nice trick.
Oh,
because-
nice.
Yeah, because if he captures with the queen,
Bishop
I
g5?
think the bishop g5 wins.
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe he missed this.
Nice one.
Or did he think he had h5? Let's carry on. No, I don't think he missed it. He saw
But
it.
the pawn on d4 is hanging,
That's
and
it.
then rook is hanging
That's
on
it.
e8.
For some reason.
Queen d4,
he-
bishop e3, you
Yes.
attack the queen
Yes.
and the rook as
Yeah.
well.
I don't think he missed knight takes f6. A player such as strong as him couldn't have missed that. He might have thought some moves earlier that it wasn't good because of h5. And then when you get to the position, it's just too late. Also here, g6, pawn takes pawn. No, you're not going to let the other player sacrifice a piece for these 2 pawns in the 6th rank. He must have missed queen takes d4, bishop e3, and that at the end of the variation his rook is hanging, because he's calculating it here. In this position he's calculating. So here he's thinking, now is the moment to exchange, yeah? You're saying to exchange.
Yeah, I
To
thought,
exchange.
and I don't know how
and-
white was
and block with queen d7.
planning to keep it going with the attack.
So first we do this.
Yes,
He has to block.
yes.
And now probably we'll defend this pawn with something like rook to e3. And there's no direct attack now, but we have long-term position advantages now, as you know, Ketty. This is going to be really tough. I mean, now we'll regroup with the queen, maybe g4, g5. We have a very good position. But it's still a game. It's still a game here. Yeah, I agree with you. But when he doesn't capture on f4, it's because he's calculated that this position, there's no win. But of course, he missed the idea of the rook on e8. Okay, so now the rook is coming to f7. So he plays knight to d6. I wonder, can he play rook to f7 anyway? I mean, why not?
Yeah, why not? If knight.
Wow,
Oh,
nice. Look, a
Oh,
position
nice.
for your Instagram. No, of course. I mean, come on. Look at this. White to play and win. Bam.
So true.
Bam. This is lovely. Position for Instagram. White to play and win. Oh, look at the. Now, how to finish him off with? We play this. I would just go here. I have such a good position here.
How about queen takes queen, bishop f6,
Oh,
and rook h?
sorry. Not this one, because I lose my queen. Sorry.
Queen takes queen, bishop f6, rook h7, and rook h8 checkmate.
Nice.
Is that inevitable?
Very nice. Very nice. You can't stop it. Well, you can start sacrificing pieces.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's very
so
nice. Take. or check first, doesn't matter. And now here. And how can he stop that mate?
Oh, wow.
Yep. Very nice, Kitty. Very nice. I mean, what are you doing here? You should be playing upstairs. I mean, come on. He hasn't done it. He hasn't done it yet. Let's see. Yes. Yep.
Oh,
yep,
he's going
yep,
for
yep,
it. He's going for it. Bravo.
Let's stay here.
Nice one.
You can see it on the board. Let's say check with the rook now, or first the bishop check. I mean, I'm expecting.
That's a nice one.
He doesn't have any other moves here, no? Let's see if there's any other move here.
I think Michael, you're right. We should cook up a little bit. Nice post on
Course,
Instagram.
It could be this one as well. White to play and win. But I think it's nice to put rook to f7. That's a very nice move. However, I suspect that here there are more than one way to win. So it's better to put this position where there's a forced checkmate.
Yeah. Yeah, nice.
But is it a forced checkmate? Let me see if you can sacrifice a piece somehow.
Bishop or something. Bishop
because he does have an extra piece. What to do? This one, no? Yeah, he just played the check. Jules will play king g8. He will play bishop f6 immediately. There he goes. And now will Jules resign, or will he play bishop g7?
He resigns.
We saw it live. Yeah.
What a nice call, Michael. We got at the right moment,
right at the moment,
right position. Yeah. Beautiful tactic, because we have hundreds of games and we're missing so much. You can just cover it all of. Wow, this player here.
Jules is devastated, but his opponent has played very well. And this game,
Volodymyr Vetoshko.
I didn't know. It's the first time I've seen this player live. His name rings a bell. I've seen his name in standings in tournaments, but I mean he has just gone over Jules. He has absolutely crushed him. This actually is quite a good position, starting with e6. It's quite a good position to have. To show attacking
how
chess.
to attack,
because all white's pieces developed the strategy. They went towards there was a sacrifice. There were tactics. Very well played. So for those of you who want to learn how to attack, I think this definitely would be a game to have in your files. Whereas and a nice checkmate pattern. So let's do a few moves here. He would have had to play this. We take here. And I think you can just get it back, and threaten checkmate again. What to do here?
So strong.
We have to give this one in as well.
Oh,
okay, we'll do
I'll
it.
Take that.
Take. And back again.
Yeah.
And now what are you going to give? The rook as well.
What's the name of it when you're capturing everything?
The windmill.
Windmill,
yeah, the windmill. The check, capture, check, capture, check, capture. So it was a very nice tactic by Volodar. Do we have more results? Here we have, let's go down a bit. We have a couple of draws. And let's see if we have a result here.
We have to go back on the second board. Maybe this game will end in any second, Michael.
We need our team to ask for the second board where Aravind is fighting to enter the leading group. They're on move 20. Oh, they're on move 29, 30. So still 10 moves to go. And Aravind is low on time, so here we have them.
But he has too many rooks. He's not here.
Yeah, let's see how it went. There was this c5. We were here before. He captured with the knight. Queen a4. Rook c1 to prevent the check.
Yes.
Rook d7 doing the pin, but automatically the computer says it's a mistake. Queen g6. Protecting and trying to unpin on the next move.
Also
Bishop to a6. Also pawn on e6 is hanging. Yep.
Oh, b3 or
knight to e5. Protecting the bishop, hitting the rook, and attack. Everything is working for Aravind here. Take. This is nice. This is a crosspin. I always like crosspins. Crosspins are very nice. Sort of crosspin. Take. Take. Block, take, hitting the queen, check.
Wow.
But this is going to be over soon.
King d3.
King d3, king f. Oh, you can't do king f3. It has to be king d3 then. Oh, but then
you can't also do king d2 because knight.
But
you can do
king d2, rook takes f2 check. That's going into...
King d3 is a fine move.
King d3. I mean, if you can do king d3, why not? No, let's do
And
it.
then too many pieces are hanging. Queen is hanging, knight is hanging, rook is extra.
This is hanging. However, we have no check with white, except this one. So maybe black can move the queen somewhere, but where? Where can he move
If queen
the
goes on b3, you can take the knight on c3, and white has extra knight and the rook. You give a check, this rook and knight can cover. For instance, queen d1,
we block
knight
with the knight.
d2.
And we know that if we block with the knight, game is over. The knight blocking next to the king stops all the lateral checks. Yeah, so where can he go with the queen then? Can he go... Where could he go? Sacrificing the queen doesn't do anything for us. Oh, he's played. Is this my move, or did he do this? He played... he went king f1.
Oh.
Okay, he's still protecting everything. But now, black does have queen b1 check. So let's do it, because there's no other move. He did it.
That happened.
I think we're going to go king g2. That happened as well. And let's stay here if you want, because this could end very, very soon. By the way, Ketty, if he did knight e2, if black captures the rook at any moment, queen to g7 and knight to d6 mate. So
beautiful.
So the rook can't. So what to do now? Okay. This is quite resourceful. Look at this. This is very resourceful. Look at the move he just did. Look, knight to e2. If we capture the knight,
Queen is
we
hanging.
lose the queen. But if we don't capture the knight, queen g1 check is threat. So this automatically means that Aravid needs to find a move here with under 1 minute. Wow. What to do now? You're threatened with queen to g1 check.
I was thinking about rook to c7 to follow the king. The idea is that you want to give a queen g7 check.
Okay.
To get the rook.
Capture the rook.
But
and
then you're also giving up the control on c2 rook. So.
But we might be able to find some checkmate there, no?
Oh, how about we find a way for this knight out? Knight b6, pawn takes b6, and rook c5.
Knight takes...
Knight b6, pawn takes b6, rook c5.
Oh, nice. Lovely, lovely jubbly, lovely jubbly. This is easy. This is easy. Oh, he could take with the queen, though.
Yes, and rook c5 still.
And then rook
or
c5 anyway.
We might move the other rook, actually.
No, but this is good.
Yeah.
You take with the rook here. He takes the king. You do a check here.
Rook
and
c8.
then we have the rook c8 at the end of the variation. Yeah, he's winning with all the lines. What did he do? Oh, he's still thinking. Let's stay here then and see how he finishes off the game. But you know, Ketty, with so many winning moves, he needs to just to find one. And he's...
Oh, he goes rook to c7.
That's good, that's good.
It's a good move,
king,
yeah.
King to c7, check. King moves somewhere where it's not a check, maybe here.
95 then.
And then we... Yeah, or we could capture... The thing is, the rook is hanging at the end. Why would he go for this? Does he have a decisive advantage?
Yeah, this is, I think there is a check, king d5, queen d7, king e4, and queen
But also, Ketty, if we want, we just capture the knight and that's it. Extra piece, extra piece. No problems at all.
Yeah.
This is an easy way to finish off. We have to stay here. This game is about to finish. Because this position, I don't think black will continue. What did he do? King d8. Oh!
He
the
follows.
rampant rook. This is called the rampant rook.
Rampant?
Yeah, you just keep sacrificing it until he captures it. And now he can go rook takes a7 as well.
We call that crazy rook.
Oh, crazy rook.
Mad rook, mad king.
Crazy rook is also good.
And now he takes the pawn on a7.
You know, this happened in the famous game. You know, it was between Steinitz and von Bardeleben. He started capturing with the rook everything on the 7th line, ended up sacrificing on a7, and von der Bardeleben left the room. This is 1800. He left the room, and then the spectators started throwing some coins on the table, and he didn't finish off, and then Steinitz waited 45 minutes, and then showed to the spectators it was the rampant rook. The same
it was
one.
the rook f7, rook g7, rook
G7,
h7, and then coming back and
yeah.
checkmate.
Yeah. With Steinitz, I think it was against von Baden. I may be mistaken on the second game.
I recently recorded a video and posted on my website that if you guys want to check it, it's out there. That's the story. The opponent couldn't stand this.
He was being crushed, and he left.
Yeah, this.
So the thing is, when you do the crazy rook and you capture the pawn, now this file is opened. So
Also, B pawn is now.
And also this move as well.
Yeah.
So Aravind will take a bit of time and see if he can find a checkmate pattern here.
Interesting.
Even? Because queen takes queen is check. Because if not, you could take the pawn and take the knight, give up your queen, and then mate anyway. So
tricky,
he gave another check.
Another check.
By the way, this
He's
is not
increasing the moves on the score sheet. Yeah,
he wants to get to move 40 and think there is no threefold repetition because he captured a pawn on a7. Yeah. And when you capture the pawn,
Pranesh was actually looking on the score sheet and looking how many moves.
But I think I'd have to check this with the arbiters.
Yeah.
I think if you capture a pawn, it breaks the 3 repetition because then it's a check without a pawn, and so it's different. Pranesh is looking if it will be. He knows.
Oh my God, Aravind is also very stressed. He's shaking.
He's nervous, of course.
Maybe he's not seeing the precise wins, and he's a bit.
He needs 2 more moves, and I'm not sure if he does rook to a7 and rook to b7, then Pranesh will for sure claim a draw, and then we'll see if the pawn on a7 breaks the threefold repetition, which I think it does, but I'm not totally sure. Oh, there is another cool way of winning. It's rook to f7, just blocking the attack, and then you'd have to allow this, and then take here. But of course, always, even the computer says this might not be the best way to go.
Give a check first on a2.
Yeah.
Rook a2, king b8, then take and take.
Yeah, check first here. But this is he doesn't really want to do this. He would like to prefer something cleaner.
Where he's going? He made 40 moves? Oh yes, he did made 40 moves. I thought it was 39.
So what did he do? He took with the knight.
Yes. King take.
And did the check. Okay, so now we are expecting his opponent to take the knight, and he will take. What will he do? He'll take the knight. He'll take the knight. Or will he take this pawn with check first? No, he will take this pawn with check. Yeah. He'll take the pawn with check. And now where does this king go? This is lost. This is lost because the king has to go somewhere like c6. And now if there's anything stronger, we'll see it afterwards. But very simple, just to capture the knight. We have 3 extra pawns.
Danger for the king. If check queen e4, king goes on the side.
Yeah,
king h2.
Yeah, check. He'll probably give the check here, and now he has to guard this rook. But
queen g2 is also like you can trade the queens.
Yeah. This is desperate. He won't resign because, of course, there's still a bit of tactics in the position, but the position is very bad. Check. He captured the knight.
And the increment just happened at the wrong time from Pranesh. Pranesh would like to have no time here for white.
Look at this. Look at this tactic. Lovely. Will he do it? Lovely. Lovely. Let's wait to see.
No.
Let's see if he does it.
Oh no, so beautiful. Let's show it. Let's show to our viewers why this is so beautiful.
You do an attack here, and then you take, and you get the double. Nice.
Oh my gosh.
He just
he goes for it.
Very
Claps
nice. Very nice.
For
very
Aravind.
Nice. Beautiful. Now this is a resigning move. Another tactic for your Instagram, Katie.
This
is a resigning move.
So great round. We have seen so much tactics today.
He's very good, Aravind.
Yeah.
Aravind, I think he should be more near 2700. I played with him, and I sense the strength of his. He makes some mistakes, but he's very, very good. I mean, wonderful. What to say? When you see
I
this?
felt a bit
So nice.
worried about Pranish because he was playing so well, and then he has to face this kind of tactics. Not so easy, not so easy.
So did he resign?
No, I think he played.
He played queen takes, and now will he carry on this position to look for a fortress?
The problem is that the knight on e2 is trapped. If knight's not trapped, you can carry on.
Yeah, no, he might do this check, but now he play king to f1, and there's no square for a knight. There's
Knight
no
g1
he has to
and
resign.
queen e5.
He'll resign. We can stay here, and he'll resign this position now. Yeah. Time to resign, Pranish. Time to resign. Unfortunate for him, of course, but these are the top-level games that these players want to play when they travel around the world playing the tournaments. And, yeah. Oh, he wants to carry on. Okay. Maybe he's spotted something. Okay.
He'll go another check and wait king f1 to happen.
Okay. But is there any trick here?
No.
Is there a trick here? Let me see.
No.
There's no fortress, no trick. Why carry on playing here?
No, he'll make several more moves because...
Oh, he resigned. No, I thought that maybe he would try this. A check from behind. As the king has...
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
You make these 2-3 more moves because you are under time pressure, first of all. You are under such a heavy tactics here. You need time. You will resign eventually, but you need to digest everything, what happens. We play several more moves.
Yeah, I agree.
In very lost position. It's not that we disrespect the opponent.
No.
We have to digest what happens.
Also, it's nice of him to capture the rook on b2, because then he shows the spectators who are following the game how the position continues with pawn takes pawn and queen takes queen. It's a show of respect for the opponent for his very nice combination. Very nice rook to b2. It wasn't the only winning move, but it's very elegant.
Very elegant, yes.
So this is another the rampant rook with all these tactics. Fantastically played by Aravind, the way he's finished off this game. Very well, very nice. Okay, so we have the 3 games done. Let's go to Bryce. See if they're still under move 40. Yep. We have another game which hasn't reached the control yet, so let's wait here. Okay, so Bryce is able to exchange queens, lose a pawn, but according to the computer, and this is a table-based analysis, it's a draw, according to the computer. Of course, if you're a pawn up, you're going to try and win. But, yeah, the pawn will go to h4, and you won't be able to move the pawn from g2. So how can you cross the board to push this pawn without losing the pawn on h2? So that's why the computer is suggesting that probably this is a draw. I'm expecting h4 now. Let's see if he does it. Check. He just wants to get to the control.
Oh, the game has ended in a group B, and Michael, I think we have some nice information about this group. The black pieces, the king is on e5, so it means that black won.
Maybe we can see the game.
Actually, he was the favorite from the very beginning.
Cow Jamieson Edridge. He's seed number 15.
Yes.
Let's see if we can find the game. Cow. No, that's strange. Because I think the first board is normally... No, they haven't put the first board.
Yeah, the other day I was also trying to search.
But I thought he was on the boards of broadcast.
Yeah, it's not every day actually.
Couvelier. Velier. No. Can't get his game up. Okay. So this one will have to wait because they've just reached the time control. I think we need to find games that are still...
Next board is in progress. We have...
Oh, look at Ernesto. Look at Ernesto.
Oh,
Ernesto
he outplayed this position.
Yeah, might be about to score one of the biggest wins of his life. But, wow, these two passed pawns, they seem very, very dangerous. What's the way to win here? 2, 4, 5, 4. How to win with white in this position? How? Because these pawns are running down the board very fast.
Rook to e1 and threaten rook to f4.
Put the rook here and go for this one, yeah?
Yeah. If black plays f3, you can deal with it with rook f5.
Okay, so something like this. And now
rook f5.
This. Now we threaten to capture and go back.
If e4, then you take on f3. But I don't know, is it winning or not?
Nice, very nice. Very nice. I think so.
Yeah?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Very nice. And if not, we win the pawn on e5. So this looks very, very shaky for Alexeyenko. Very shaky. Oh, but according to the computer, he had a better move here to go towards the center. Because that might be important to run here if he's allowed by
the when you have pawns pushed,
he went to a7, and now the move you suggested is very good. Very good. What to do? You can't push this one because you lose the pawn on f4. You can't push this one because you lose the pawn on f5. Completely lost. If Ernesto finds rook e1, which he will, it's not so difficult to see, he's going to win this game. So he'll progress to 7 points and have defeated. You said Alexeyenko was losing 16 points. Well, after this, he's going to lose 25 or something like that. Unbelievable. Oof. That's what you. If you play opens, these things happen.
I very often lose 20 points in the open tournaments, and it's very weird because I said earlier that 5th round I'm plus something, very often plus 15, and then I don't know where I'm losing all this rating. Last rounds I'm getting exhausted. I have to do a work as well.
You have to work as well.
I can't prepare for the last rounds because last rounds opponents are very strong. And then I'm losing what I had plus, and I'm losing my own rating from my pocket. So it's so tough to play open tournaments, right?
Don't worry. You stream your tournaments, I'll do the commentating, and it will all be good.
Teamwork.
It'll all be good. So look at this position. Here there's two moves yet for the control. And Mendonca is under big pressure by Raja Riftkik, also both two Indian players. Raja has a lower rating, but he's really putting Mendonca to the test here.
55 seconds, and we have one just last move to be made here for black. White has 2 minutes on the clock, so he can use these 2 minutes quite nicely.
Yeah, but knight to d3, the suggestion of the computer seems very, very good. You just put the knight on d3, protect your passed pawn, the bishops will be exchanged, and now, okay, it's ending, but a clear extra pawn for white. Some chances of a draw, of course, but this type of position, the extra pawn is worth much more, Kitty, much more. Because we could even consider after playing knight to f4 and bringing the 2 pawns together. So black has got to defend very, very well to save this game. I'd say it's going to be very difficult for him to save this game. Okay, so they've all arrived at the control. Let's see if there's any other games still under 40 moves. Oh, this one's nice as well.
Oh, it's a very nice game.
Have they arrived at the control? No, there's still 2 moves left here as well. Barat.
I think it was some crazy move. If we can go just a little bit back. Look at this game. All started from here.
Check. Oh, that's a bad move. Probably he had to capture the knight.
And free the square on just
the square, but of course it's impossible to calculate with such a complicated position. Check. Block. And f4. This was probably a move he missed. Of course, if he takes the bishop here, I think it's black who does checkmate here. So that's why f4 was the move. And now you can't get your queen in. And this is a threat, and it's all protected. So he went here, hitting the queen. Back. Oh, so complicated this.
Oh, I was wondering how about queen takes bishop. Rook takes bishop and bishop takes.
Queen takes bishop.
And then to promote
to do one of these mates here. Take.
To promote the pawn.
Take. Take. Okay.
But in the end, oh, Queen C8. Queen C8.
You can block, but I mean we have a rook,
winning.
A pawn, and a knight arrives here at some point, and game over. So this might actually be winning. This might be winning, but of course you don't go into these things in time trouble if you're not completely sure. And this is a very good move, Queen D5, because if black takes on A3, you take on F7, and then there's mate here. So it's actually quite a good move. He played here, take, take, King H2, take, 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 and this is the position we have on the board now. G5, Knight C5, this is the threat, double threat actually. Take, oh, okay, okay.
Nice. Checkmate.
Okay.
Knight F6, Knight E7.
Okay. Okay. Is there something nice here?
Knight E7.
He's playing for the gallery here. But there's no mate there after Knight G6. Because the bishop is protecting.
King goes on. Like if bishop E6, Knight G6, king goes on G7.
And then we eat the rook and that's it. Well, we don't win by mate, but we ate the rook and then we promote the queen. This is winning. Very nice. Very nice. Of course, he could also have played, instead of this, I think he just played this, attacking the bishop. But in that case, he might go like this and try and hold this position. Very nice. So check. Check. And 97. Did he play 97? Let's see. No, it's his turn to play now. He's thinking, but he's just arrived at move 40, so they go for a walk. Yeah, they relax. So.
Yeah, it might take some time to make sure that.
Any other moves here that haven't arrived? The time control. Here, for example, here they've arrived. Everyone's arrived. Everyone's arrived. Peralta's arrived. They're all at the time control. So now you know what happens. They take a bit of time off, and then they get back to the grind. So, what do you think? We take a small last break, and then we come back to see the rest of the games, how they finish off?
Absolutely.
And
also, just a quick update, Ernesto against Kirill. Ernesto found this winning move.
He found rook e1?
Yes.
So we'll leave this one on the board.
Yes.
And with a bit of luck for Ernesto, he might end up winning this position. It's not 100% done yet, but yeah, he has a very good chance to take down Alexeyenko.
That's right, guys. This is round 9, and we are taking now our last break, and we will be back with to summarize the 9 round at Chessable Sunway Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the last part.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. The environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a Grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a Grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival.
You guys, it's not over yet, 9th round. There was a question in our chat if this tournament is over, but no, this is our final segment. This is round 9. Tomorrow we're going to have early morning, the final round. So please make sure that you join us at 9:30 Central European Time to find it out who will win the tournament. In case if we have a tie between the players, we're going to have also the tie break. So it's going to be a lot of fun to have and to commentate the tie breaks as well. So it's going to be a very busy day tomorrow, but we need to finalize today and check it out, some of the remaining games.
There are still a few games left. So tomorrow we have the final round at 9:30. In the afternoon, we will probably have a tie break for the win or for the second place, and then the closing ceremony in the evening. So it's still going to be a full day tomorrow, and energy levels are low, but only one day left. We'll get there for sure. And we can check on some of the games that are left. We can get a full screen of the playing hall, and here I have one of the games which I think are the most interesting ones. This is the game between Fernando Peralta and between Petro Golubka. So I was looking at this game before, trying to decide if I was playing with the white pieces to try and win, to draw, or if I'm worse. And of course, I can see that the computer says the position is equal. But if I didn't have the computer analysis, I was thinking, Ketty, you have this position with white, and you don't know what the computer says. What do you think? Would you be playing for a win? Do you think Fernando's playing for a win? Or do you think Fernando's playing for a draw? What is he playing for?
Yeah, if I don't see the, if I'm not a commentator,
if you don't see the computer,
I'm a player, I would choose here white pieces because I believe that the king on h2 is well guarded by the knight, 2 pawns and the queen. These pieces are having a very, very good protection for the king.
Okay.
To compare to black's king is quite exposed, and it can be under some checks. We also have the pawn on e-file, which is already creates some threats like to be pushed, and I would consider to maybe even try to change the queens, like queen f4, to somehow go into the endgame without queens and have this good structure. Otherwise, my queen might get active in that position after e6, queen b8 could go. But also understand that I don't have too much here.
So you would take white, but you wouldn't be sure if you have enough for a win.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. But I would probably think the same as you, but the problem is I would be thinking how to get my queen to attack the king without losing the pawn on g3. That would be my main worry. So I can advance this pawn. Okay, fantastic. But I can't bring the knight out, and I can't bring my queen in unless I lose this pawn. So I was thinking if I could do something like e6, which I think is bad, but that's what I'd be thinking, and then put the queen on e5. And from here, only this square, I can protect the pawn, here, and maybe get in some checks and then try and do something. So Fernando, probably he's trying to think if he can win. But Ketty, I have to tell you, in these positions where you're down material, you should try and win, but you can't overstep the line where you end up losing, because if you try and win too hard and you lose the pawn, then the other guy will try and beat you with his extra exchange. So the other idea was queen to f4. I was wondering, if you get to here and you change, who is better after this exchange? Computer says equal, but I would have thought that white would be better after this exchange. 2 passed pawns and the knight. But of course, now the rook can try and get in and go for this pawn here. So difficult to evaluate these positions.
You never if white know. King is somehow centralized and is on e4, d5, that's a different story. But
imagine, for example, he goes here, I go here. You win the pawn, okay? We just give him this pawn, but we improve our king. We continue improving. Now this is just too much, yeah? He'll play rook here, take, and this pawn will go super fast. And I would like to get here with these pawns, but it's too slow. So this, if you exchange the queens, we have to be slightly careful that the rook can't get into this pawn here. Okay, so Fernando is better. Here we have the position on the board, and also Fernando playing with his opponent. This must be the high camera, because there is no camera of board for this one. Let's go and see if we can get another game. For example, we can check Ernesto and Alexeyenko just to see if he's made progress. Where we are? Oh, well, he's made quite a bit of progress. Now things are looking good for him. You were right. I think he's going to end up winning this game. His two rooks are very active. And at some point, I can see this pawn dropping off. Because when you play something like rook to f5, the bishop doesn't have a good square to go to. Poor Alexeyenko, eh? I mean, he's having such a bad tournament. What to play now? What does the computer suggest? h5, giving up a pawn. Rook to d2 and rook to d3. Okay, let's go with the computer line. Rook to d2.
Threatening f2.
Threatening
Bishop
f2.
g2.
And here, the suggestion of the computer is b4.
h4.
h4, okay. And when the pawn gets to f2, do we start thinking of sacrificing something? I don't think so, no? Is it rook to f5 here?
Oh.
Is
no,
this the move?
no.
Is there some tricks here?
There is this one, but you can also play king to a4.
King to a4? Oh!
With ideas
okay,
checkmate.
okay, and mate's here. Yeah, oh, nice. Nice. Oh, that's why computer was suggesting b4 before. But b4, you have to be careful because there's a mate on a2. So king here. Nice. He can't take the pawn because of the bishop. And if he goes bishop to g2, then we get in your tactic. Nice one. Very nice.
Beautiful.
Katie. Nicely spotted, yeah. Very nice. So things are looking very bad for Alexeyenko. Because also he just played rook to f5 and pick up this pawn. And I think he's going to lose this game. I think Alexeyenko is going to lose. This is a huge victory for Ernesto.
It is.
Huge for him. He gets to 7-9. Very well placed for the last round. And also, he will pick up for sure the pentathlon with this win. So he's going to be very happy tonight.
And also, Kirill Alexeyenko, if he loses this one, it can be his third loss in the tournament.
Yep.
And at the player at his level, I am sure he barely loses 3 games in 1 year.
Never. No. Now, this is an interesting position. We saw this before. And as the pawn hasn't crossed the 5th rank, there's a typical technique for drawing, which is attacking the rook up and down until he goes for the pawn over here. At some point, he has to go over there for the rook. Let's say he does it now. And then we pick up this one here. He picks up this one. And then we go running back to e7. And even if he cuts our king, I would say that this is still a draw.
But Michael, how about rook to g4? There is not that winning?
Rook to g4. And if he take with the pawn, and then king to h3.
King here. Wait.
We'd have to see if this, because it might be a draw. Even that might be a draw. Let's see.
Yeah.
Take. I think I get there just in time. Here.
And white needs here a move.
Draw. This, for everyone who's watching, you have to know that with just playing these, the standard technique for drawing here. Let's show the viewers, because
let's show it.
Some of them may not know the technique. You just drop back and always ask for the opposition in front of the king. And there's one trick we have to be careful of, because I tell my kids every year this trick. When they get to here, when they always drop back, some kids will not go like this. They will go like this. And then if we go like this, boom, then we just lost.
Oh, so tricky.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
Wow,
So,
I never imagined that.
yeah. So I always tell the kids, the rule of thumb is, if you can put yourself in front of the pawn, we always put ourselves in front of the pawn. If we can't put ourselves in front of the pawn, we drop back behind the pawn. Some
Not on
remember,
the sides.
some remember, and some don't remember, and what to do. No?
Some experiences.
So it's good to know.
That's true.
It's always good to go over these endings once a year, just as a practice.
My
refresh
my coach was always telling me very often when you play a tournament, week before, look through. Just have a database of this kind of end games, which you are not going to look every day, but go with that to remember all the ideas. And it's a very, very practical advice.
In fact, Bryce has played even better because instead of going king to d6, he went king to e6 because the white king is trapped. So if he takes now here, it's even better because his king is right next to the pawn. So, this is going to be a draw. I suspect that they will draw, and Bryce not only gets his 9-round norm, but more important, tomorrow he could get a 10-round norm. And this might not seem so important, but if you get a 10-round norm, and then you go to the Olympiad and get 11 or 12-round norm, you might be able to complete in less games the title.
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah. If you get longer norms, because I think you need... 3 norms? No, you still need the 3 norms, but you need a minimum amount of games. So if it's a longer norm, it's better. I'm not quite sure the details, but that's my understanding.
Funny question. How about if I go right away to the Olympiad?
But can you play in the Olympiad with Georgia? Would you get into the team, or would you be
It's a question
near?
if I want or I don't want.
Of course, but let's say you wanted to. If you wanted to, would you get into the team by there's a strong team, Georgia team, a strong team.
Yeah, no. My joke is about to choose a country.
Oh, well,
where you can be,
you have many options.
First-rated player, play on the first board. Some of the games even with a strong opponent.
Yeah.
How serious it can be.
But I was in Chennai and I was looking just as a fun fact. If I was a player, in how many of the countries I would be in the team.
Yeah.
And I remember I was in the team of 80% of the countries. 80% of the team.
Oh, wow.
Not as a first board. As first board, maybe I would be half of the teams. I would be first board as an international master. But more than 80% of the teams. If you plays in the open event, you would be in practically 60 or 70% of the teams. So
let's go.
But do you want to go to live in Suriname to play one tournament a year?
Why not? Anytime.
Never say no. Never say no, because maybe in a few years' time you're playing for some country, and someone said you said on the stream that you couldn't do that. So never say no. Okay, so this one's going to be a draw. Let's go back to the Mendonca game. See how this one's progressed. Okay, now this one, they're getting to the end game with the extra pawn. This one will probably go down to a time scramble because it's an extra pawn, but it's not difficult. It's not easy to win. There's this threat of knight takes b6 and rook takes c4 in at any moment.
Look how beautiful these pawns and the knights are on the queen side. So very symmetrical. Yeah.
Also, probably black will bring his king to e6. However, the computer is offering an advantage of 247 with the move rook to d4. Okay, this is good because it protects the knight and stops this move here. In fact, he just played. Let's see what he did. He played check first, and I assume that black will play king to f7, and now I wonder what he'll do now. Will he play rook to f3, king to e6? I don't really see why that's helping him. Maybe he'll do this. Check here, and then go for the h-pawn. Let's see if he can do this, like this. Is this very risky? But here he gets hit by knight takes b3, So there's a huge amount of tricks in the position yet, Ketty. This is far from clear. It's going to be a win. I think white is better, but there are many chances for a draw in this position. So let's get back to the games, see what else there is. This one is a draw. This one is probably a win or a draw. We need more games. We need more games.
Yeah, as we are approaching the last part of the day, most of the games have already finished.
Yeah, I'm trying to find... This looks like a fun one. Let's see what's happening here on this one. Anthony. Oh, how did Atosa do? Did she win her game? Let's look for Atosa.
Very good question.
Because she needed a draw for the norm. Here it is.
Oh, she's playing.
Oh, she's still playing. Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
that's so good.
How's it going here?
Pawn down in the Rook game.
Pawn down, but two pass
pawns. She also needs draw, yeah, to secure.
I think she needs a draw, yeah. But Ketty, it's difficult to get a draw here because it's only one pawn, but it's two pass connected pawns. Two passed and connected pawns, very, very difficult. Very difficult. There are several ways to win, but I think the most simple one is to get the king over to here and start pushing the pawns. No, Atosa will lose this game, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Atosa most probably will lose this game.
There's also... Okay, yeah, this is the easiest to keep the rook on the side, but there's also this rook and the pawn push.
Oh, yeah. Putting the rook in front and going up. Yeah.
So many ways to actually...
Can you check if she's streaming on Twitch?
No, she's not streaming.
Oh, you checked that? Okay. Because maybe Nakamura is following her game live.
You guys, give us some information if any of this action is happening.
Maybe Hikaru is actually on YouTube following the game live, because he normally does streams in the afternoon. Then again, he might be preparing the travel to Samarkand. I think he's going to go and try and win the Rapid and Blitz. And he's one of the favorites, alongside Magnus Carlsen, Nakamura for sure. Both of them are the main favorites for winning this game. I'd like to go and play 1 year. I was talking to Ibarra to go and play 1 year the Rapid and Blitz. It should be really good fun.
I played twice.
You played the Rapid and Blitz?
Yes.
Nice.
I played twice. Nice. And Michael, if you plan to go there, my very, very big advice to you, friendly advice to you, is to get ready physically. It is the most tiring tournament you would ever play.
So many games in...
So many games. Every round is a strong opponent. You lose your game, your next opponent is even stronger. And somehow you're not having any free moments. And then you think the day is done, then the next day same happens. So you have this for 5 days.
5 days. It's grueling, isn't it?
Getting exhausted. Another thing is that we have first rapids and then blitz. It's so hard to adjust the time.
First rapid and then blitz.
Yes.
Okay.
Super hard to adjust these time changes. Wow. So these kind of things you have to be physically, mentally ready. And of course there are some snacks and everything, but it's not something that you have a full meal. Don't have that much time.
But for example, we would go to play. We're not professionals in a sense that we go more as a fun experience. Yeah. So.
But when you don't win, you don't have fun. Chess players always you need to.
No,
win
I don't want to be last player.
You will probably not fight for the gold medal.
But you want to try and do your best.
Win something,
you want to do your best.
So
you have to get fit, no?
Oh, absolutely. And another thing is that
it does look tiring. Actually, it does look tiring.
Super tiring.
1 day of rapid, another day of rapid, another day of rapid, and then 2 full days of blitz.
Yeah, I have been commentating for like 3-4 times, I guess, years. It was very tiring. I even lost my voice. You can imagine how tiring it was. But as a chess player, oh my God. And another thing is also, if I ever play, I will train at least 2 weeks before or whatever. I will have massive training to play a lot of games, because back in those days I was living in Georgia, and in Georgia our blitz tournaments like this was like 3 rounds per day, 4 rounds, we were going home and rest. Yeah. And then when I moved in Poland, they were playing 1 tournament in 1 day, which is like 11 rounds. Yeah. And I was knocked out.
I just play 1 day of rapid and I'm already tired.
Yeah.
So, because when you play one classical game, it's only 4 hours and it's a slow game. But when you play rapid, there are several games in 1 day. Yeah, I can see where you're going.
And we're not going to, we have not even reached the chess part, right? Yeah. Oh, with the chess, they are so prepared for this tournament.
Of course.
They are like so well at the openings. very well. You have to be also, you should not think in the opening, you should not spend the time, and be good at tactics. So these 4 advices, if you go, good luck
I
to survive this experience.
I was thinking of going, but after what you just told me, I think I'll refrain from
It was
going.
too dramatic, yeah, no. It was,
no, but I understand what
fun.
you're getting. It's fun, but of course, although we're not professionals, we want to do our best, and you don't want to just go there and play 5 days without preparing first. So get fit and do a training camp of Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, train a lot of games
and openings
tactics.
to play fast the opening. Yeah. So H4 was played. Computers giving Ernesto an advantage of +5 here. That's huge, huge advantage. Of course, his threat now could be to put the rook on F5 and hit the bishop. So where does the bishop go? Can't go back, can't go forward. Where does it go? Because you capture the pawn on the next move. So there's actually no decent move for black to hold this position. And the body language of Alexeyenko is actually the body language of someone who is near to resignation. What are you going to do when you lose the F3 pawn? He played.
F2.
Played F2, okay. And now I have to assume that the move will be rook to F5 to capture the pawn. Let's see how long Ernesto takes to play this move. Sorry. Rook to F5. Let's do it, because I mean it's clear that this is the move he will do. And I assume that instead of losing the pawn, he will play rook to D3 check. And
King E4?
King B4 or King A4. Let's say King B4 to activate the king. And now what to do?
If rook B3 check, then King A4, and you are winning in tempo there.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. B6 is the line of the computer. And I'm wondering if there's some trick here if he captures the pawn. Because the computer doesn't capture the pawn. Is there a trick here?
It captures, but it's not the best one.
But it's still a very
third
good
line.
move. It's still a very good move, so you do it and that's it. So, okay, so he'll go for the pawn here, here, and he'll go for the pawn here. He wants this pawn here. Now, is this a win? This must be a win. This must be a win because you can go for checkmate here, and then as soon as one of the rooks lands on the 7th, this is going to be checkmate. Ernesto's going to win this game. And he should start by playing rook to F5. But there's another move. He can also play B3 first. Instead of putting the rook here, he can still play B3. Or maybe he can't play B3. No, he can play king to A4. This is the move he can play. Because then if bishop to here, we saw this before, B6, and then he has the mate on A5. So he has 2 moves here. But the most normal move is to play rook to F5. I don't think Ernesto will do anything less than this move here.
Yeah, rook F5 is on the board.
Yeah, he already played. I mean, just put the rook behind the pawn and
Why not,
forget about it. So now Alexeyenko has 2 choices, to resign or to play for the pawn of H4. Take this one for this one. And then just wait until his opponent makes some mating threats around his king. What do you think? Do you think he'll resign?
Well, players at his level, they don't like to play this kind of positions.
Yeah, but do you think
they can't stand to play this kind of positions?
If he sees some trick or some... Let's see what he's going to do. He's only got 5 minutes left and he's down to finish.
Are you also hearing the music? I think we have some upcoming party today.
Today is the Spanish day.
Ooh.
So,
nice.
so there's they'll have some Spanish food, typical Spanish food. I'm not sure what, and you can hear there's a guitar and there's some Spanish music. So we're in for a treat after the round.
Oh, so good. Come on, Ernesto. Do it faster.
Ernesto. He's a cool guy. He's really nice.
Very nice guy. Very positive person.
Very positive.
Enjoying every moment. I think he enjoys the most at this tournament.
I think actually he has at least one Grandmaster norm, And I wonder if he wins today. Could you check on chess results? Maybe if he wins, which I'm not sure if he's expected to win, he has a chance at Grandmaster Norm tomorrow.
To our list? Or where?
No, on chess results, see what performance he has now. And what would happen. There you go.
24.91.
Okay, so if he wins today, that will go up to 25.50, 25.40. Difficult, but he may, because you take away the first player. If you take away the first player and count another Grandmaster tomorrow, he would need to play another Grandmaster, which he will probably will, and win. And then he might get to Grandmaster, another Grandmaster Norm. That would be cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but tomorrow he'll play black against a strong Grandmaster. It won't be easy.
Yeah, but if he wins today, he just won't basically frustrated seeded player.
Yeah,
here, right? Alexenko was the
but it still won't be enough to get to the 2600 performance.
Yeah.
He needs another win, I think, another win against. But okay, Alexenko, he risked too much today. He played in this position. Remember, he sacrificed the exchange, which was not necessary, to try and unbalance. And he's ended up.
He had actually quite pleasant position. There was some inaccuracy. Oh, we have in the comments section some of the questions, not just related. Which commentator speaks more languages? That's a tricky question.
Which of us two?
Yeah.
You for sure. You for sure. I speak English, Spanish, Catalan, and a bit of French, and not much more. You speak Georgian, English, Polish. A bit of Polish. So,
I understand.
German?
No.
Russian?
I understand Russian.
You're clearly better than me.
But here is the thing: speaking, or like, for instance, I don't speak Polish. I can't speak Polish, but I understand.
You've been living there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
You should be able to understand it more or less, yeah?
Yeah, I understand quite well. Yes.
And some words, you speak some words or nothing?
Oh, yes. I can do some basic conversation.
Is it difficult to speak Polish?
It's very difficult, yeah. It's super difficult to speak.
In Poland, do they all speak only Polish, or do you hear other languages there? English, Russian, or basically Polish?
Obviously not Russian.
Not
Somehow
Russian.
it's like, also myself, I thought the languages are very close, but they're actually very different.
Yeah.
They sound the same word and you think it's the same, but it's different meaning. I think they speak more European languages, like Italian, maybe German, English, more of these languages. And I think Polish people and Ukrainian people understand quite well what like the communication. Ooh, Czech, and this kind of family, I think they understand much better Czechish and so on.
B6, rook takes f2. Yeah, we're going to end up in this. The thing is, if he's not careful, this pawn will go to b6, and there'll be mating threats. So I think Alexenko will play b6 himself, give up the pawn on f2, and then give check. And possibly give another check here, and now take the pawn on h4. This is what I think he's going to do. So we'll probably end up in this position in very, very soon. And if I was white here, I think I'd do rook to f4. Just to keep this move out of the range. He'll go here. And now I would try and give mate to the king. Now, how to do that? I'd probably start with this move here, rook to d6. Now he has to protect the bishop and also check and mate. This is going to end very soon. I mean, there's no way you're going to hold this position.
Nope.
There's not even stalemate chances, because if there was no pawn on h6, I would try this. Supposing there's no pawn, hope my opponent does something like this, and then start sacrificing my rook all over the place, and I might get a stalemate.
Yeah, but you have h pawn you want to throw away from the board.
How can I get rid of it? There's be some moves played.
Yes, white
b6.
has captured the pawn.
Take, and now we're expecting king to c3. Rook f4 is very good. You go for the exchange of rooks, and hold on a minute. Is there a position of a draw? Kitty, There is one thing here. Just let me check this for a moment. Is this a drawn position?
No, you take the h-pawn.
I don't. I'm wondering.
And
I'm wondering because.
You get rook on the 7th.
Okay.
Then king d4, king e5, king is d6.
Let's get to here.
You get king on c7.
Okay. Now I have to move this bishop, and then I just capture the pawn on b6. Yeah, it's a win. It's a win. It's a win. It's a win. No, I was thinking of one.
When you have the side pawn.
Yeah, sometimes there are some positions which are a draw. With the pawn on b7 and the pawn on b6, there are, and the king on a8 and a black square bishop, it's a draw, for example. So yeah. No, I think Alexenko might be resigning this position very soon. King a3. Ah, that's weird. Why would he go to a3? What is he planning here? What is he planning? Why did he go back to a3 and he didn't go to c3? What is he playing? Let's take this pawn and let's see how this could finish. This move here now. I just don't know why he went back to.
Why not rook to d6 again?
Yeah. This is winning as well. Yeah.
And this is so nice. The music just ended and we heard the claps. Yeah.
So Ernesto, are you going to finish off the game? What are you going to show? I think Alexenko is trying to find something. There is nothing to find, but he's still looking. Because you never know, with the king on a3, he's trying to find some trick, something that his opponent could fall into by mistake. Okay, let's see if there's any other
Michael,
results.
what's the rule? How many Grandmasters or title players you need to play when you are fighting for the Grandmaster norm?
Okay, so the Grandmaster norm, you need a 2600 performance with 3 Grandmasters and 4 different federations. These are the rules. 4 federations different than yours. So, for example, if you're representing Georgia, you'd have to play with any 4. Spain would be included. Any other 4 federations. Then,
but if you play a lot of Indian players, they count as one
federation.
Oh.
Yeah, they do that so you avoid organizing tournaments with all the players of the same federation. Then you need at least 3 Grandmasters, at least. And then you have to score a 2600 performance. So it is quite difficult to get Grandmaster norms.
So if you played against 2 Grandmasters and 1 International Master, it's not enough. Or 2 and 2?
As far as I know, it's 3 Grandmasters. As far as I know. As far as I know, it's 3 Grandmasters, yeah. For the IM norm, it's 3 IMs or 2 Grandmasters. What I don't know is if you stick a woman Grandmaster in there, if it counts as an open Grandmaster or a... but I think it has to be an open Grandmaster, an absolute Grandmaster. Yeah. I think so. It's not easy to make Grandmaster norms because you need all of this and also score 2600 performance.
Very difficult, yeah.
7 out of 9, 7.5 out of 9. Very difficult. Very difficult, and the thing is, it takes many tournaments.
Yeah, you need to get lucky somewhere.
Yeah. I played, before I scored my IM title, I played maybe 30 different tournaments, and I didn't get it until my rating was more than 2400, and already I had more experience. Look, something is happening here.
Oh, he gave up the B pawn?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that, but I think he's winning anyway. King to a4, and now the threat is the bishop, and check and mate. I think it's under control, but let's see. Oh, king to f. Oh, he has rook to f3. Oh, let's see what he's thinking of doing. Okay. Rook to.
Oh, this is the move you can actually easily miss.
I don't think he's missed this move, but he might not have done the easiest way to win. But according to the computer, he's still winning with rook to d7, which is an easy move to see, because he can't block with the bishop. And then against king to b8, we need to put this rook somewhere and go for the checkmate. Probably rook to d2, hitting the bishop.
And meanwhile, Michael, we got another raid today from one of our streamers at the tournament, Alexandra Samaganova. Twitch channel now joined to us. I hope she won today. I hope she had a good game and you guys had a good time. So welcome everyone.
Thanks, Alexandra. And good luck tomorrow in your last game here.
Last part of the tournament. Today is the last part of the day, and tomorrow in the morning at 9:30 we're gonna start our very long day.
Let's see if we can get the game of Ernesto up again. I'd like to see the final part, because it's getting interesting. He does need to find this check and double rooks. If he sees this, I think he's winning. Basically, the idea I've seen is king b8, rook d2, and now there are a couple of checks, but when the checks finish, which will be more or less here, you either lose the bishop or you get mated with the two rooks.
Oh, nice.
I think he's going for that, yeah.
If bishop e6,
bishop
then
e6, if bishop e6, I have to think, because
rook
now
e7, no?
Possibly rook e7, yeah.
Rook e7,
Possibly rook e7, and then, but I think he's still made. I mean, he'll win, but he could have done this a bit easier. In fact, I'd say that. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in fact, I'd say that that Ernesto might have missed rook to f3, because
that's my feeling. Now he's thinking, because you don't necessarily need to give up b2 pawn. You could do the same with the pawn on the board.
He should have played king to c3, and now he has to calculate, and that's not a good sign.
Yeah,
but luckily for him, he still has the margin of the win. But you can't make so many mistakes. And also, this is funny. When the computer, you probably know this, Ketty, when the computer gives the same evaluation in all the lines, it's a draw. Yeah, if it, for example, puts 3.78, 3.78, 3.78, 3.78, 3.78, it means that all the moves are the draw. There's not a winning position, because...
Really?
Yeah, didn't you know that? Yeah. Especially in when there are fortresses.
I never have more than 2 lines.
Good to know. When you get to positions where there could be a fortress, exchange down for pawns, then you put 5 lines, and you let it stabilize. And if all the lines are the same, it's like, for example, you put, let's say you put rook against knight. It's a draw. But for some while, the computer might say +3, +3, +3, but you know it's a draw. And when they get enough depth, then it goes to 0, 0, 0. But meanwhile, it puts the same 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. It's the same position. It doesn't matter where the pieces are.
Oh, wow.
So that's a good trick to know. However, that doesn't mean necessarily that this is a draw. It means that sometimes, if you see all the... And it's the same, 378, 378, 378. I wonder if it's a draw. It would be amazing if exactly this was a draw. So let's go back one move. Here, for example, there are 3 different scores. But when you actually play this, they're all the same. So
maybe this is the only move.
It's funny. It's
not good. But we got the information that Alexandra has won today and scored 4.5 points out of 9, and tomorrow she's taken by.
Oh,
why is that, guys? Is she traveling or wants to use some time, maybe to visit some city, maybe Barcelona?
Maybe she. We can speculate. Maybe she can't play in the mornings. Maybe anything could be the reason. Anything could be the reason. This seems also a very typical move. You just hit the bishop and then capture this one here. And I suspect that with 2 rooks and an extra pawn, you should be winning. But now, I thought this was going to end soon, and now I'm thinking that this might take a bit more time to end, because Alexeyenko, if he exchanges all his pawns, he might have a chance to get a draw. So.
Oh, she is with black tomorrow, and she has lost all the black zone.
Oh, so she wants to take a time out. Okay, that's good.
That's funny.
She wants to take a time out. Okay, so Fernando is still pressing for a win. He's created some chances, but it still should be a draw. And what I was saying before, if he does lose the pawn, then he has to be careful. But yeah, at least he's trying his best to get a win at the last moments of the tournament. Now he's actually threatening queen to d6. He's trying to do something. By the way, if he gets his queen to d6 and then he plays e6, the queen will protect the pawn from afar. So it's not a bad strategy. Still a draw, but the opponent has to play. The opponent has to play very, very correctly to make sure.
For instance, queen e6, which is very natural move to me, can be not so good because there's queen h7 check, and you take the pawn on b7.
And the pawn on b7 falls,
Yeah.
No, I think he'd have to play king e8, so you can't get to d6 without it being check. So this will still be a draw. Let's look for other games. How's this one going on? This one is, black has brought his king up to f5. Still has the rooks going for this knight takes b3 or knight takes a4 trick. And both players already very low on time. But white still better. What's the move there? Rook d7, rook to d6. Yeah, the thing is, in this position, for example, if black is able to exchange the rooks, now the king can think of capturing this pawn. So, according to the computer, it's still a win, but every move is becoming a bit more difficult for white. I think that Mendonca will get a draw here. I have the feeling he'll end up with a draw. What other games do we have here? Let's look a bit further down. Yeah, they're nearly all finished. I mean, there's very, very few games finished. This one here, between Bilic and the Greek player Kelides. I think Kelides is going to lose this game, although the computer gives a small advantage. But you know, when there's a passed pawn, it's always very difficult to save the game. The technique is to put the queen near the promotion square, but it must be able to control all the checks. And that's sometimes very difficult.
The king is very exposed. Maybe king e3 or king e4 and then queen d4 check. Or to bring the king to the pawn.
Oh, that's another idea.
On the way to cover with the check.
What I normally do is I try and see if I keep my king here, I can control the checks. And if I can't, then you have to cross the board with the king. But maybe I can put the king on g2 actually. But then I need to get this queen, I need to get it to b7 without losing the pawn. And the only way is, well, I can go through c6, then b7, and if I have my king on g2, there's no checks. There's only a check on g4. So, yeah, it's still a bit tricky to win this game. I'm not sure, Ketty, if I cross the board with my king, I'm not sure with an a-pawn if the other guy can do a perpetual check. I seem to remember that there's a perpetual check if the king crosses the board. So difficult, so difficult.
Queen Endgame is, I think, Queen Endgames are the most difficult and the longest ones.
Very difficult.
And very often it ends in a favor of the side which has extra material. Because like you're getting somewhere tired, you have many options, you have less time, and you're not finding the most precise moves.
So we're here again. He's trying to exchange off the rooks.
Wait, if exchange happens, it's not winning after taking the pawn on h6?
He mustn't think so. Now we're going to check that. No, I think now he has him. I think now he has him. Because now, look, he has to go here. And now, rook. Oh, again rook to f3. Wow.
Again?
So let's see. Let's change and see if it's a draw.
Listen,
because we looked at this before, and we thought it was a win.
With the b2 pawn.
With the
b2 pawn, white's pawn on b2, it's different.
But now, when we go here to try and get in, we'll lose this pawn on b5. So is this a win? Is it a win? Let's see. Is this a win? We get to this position here, then to this position here, and then to this position here. And how do we win this position? How do we win this position, Ketty?
Let's bring king on c4.
But this is unclear that this is going to be a win.
Oh, 160.
Well, I told you, 176, 176, 176. This might be a draw. This might be a theoretical draw. Because if the bishop attacks the pawn, how do you get your king in? So this is an example of what we were saying before. And I think that Alexeyenko has spotted this draw. And it's going to be a mistake. Ernesto, if he doesn't win this game, he'll be devastated.
Exactly.
Because he just had to play king c3. So this is possibly a draw. But, okay.
But also, like, maybe Ernesto looks not so excited on camera.
No, because Ernesto is a very good player. He understands. He could have exchanged rooks before, and he knows that after the rook exchange, the game is a draw now. So now he's worried, and he needs to find a way to go for the mate. But how to do it now? So the computer suggests the check. Okay, we can do that. And now where to go with the rook? Rook to d2. Okay, let's say he finds
That's the only way, I guess.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
So what would happen now? He would start checking. Okay, let's go back. More checks. Why not? Let's go back. And now, bishop to b7. Okay. And now what do we do? Now we play rook 3 to d6. Okay, you can find this move, hitting both pawns. Okay. King to a7. And rook takes h6. And now we're threatening rook to h7. Okay, if he finds this, then I think he wins. Ketty, I don't think you can save this position here. Because the best you can do is rook to b5. I double rooks, you capture the pawn. I go here, you do another check. I go here, and it's game over. He needs to find this. The only way to win. The only way to win, yeah.
Let's go full screen. I want to really check it out, how the players, very often we can read it, how the players are feeling, what's their evaluation of the position.
He did it, by the way.
He did it?
D2, yeah.
Oh, bravo. That's very nice.
3. Rook to f3, king a3, rook to f3, king b4. Okay. So let's try and go full screen with our team. And we can see on the board how this game might finish. Okay, so let's see what... Can we zoom in a bit on the board? Yeah, Alexeyenko, if he gets so near the draw and then in the end he loses, that's horrible as well, I know. You're about to get the draw. Look, rook to b4, okay. Now only move king a3, no other move, so play quickly. Good, okay. And now what? Rook to f3 check. Why not? Push the king back.
Bishop hanging. You can't do much with this bishop, actually.
No, he'll have to go back to b7. And then I'm suspecting that Ernesto will play one rook to the 7th and the other rook to the 6th. And that is, according to our analysis, that is a winning position. So if he does that, he'll win. So let's wait here and see if this happens. He'll definitely come afterwards to the dinner break and say, "Oh, Michael, I had the win, I made so many mistakes, he nearly drew, blah, blah, blah." He'll be loathing his endgame technique. Really? And I'll remind him, "Ernesto, you have to good endgame technique until the end, you know. Yeah, I know. That's what we chess players do, no?
It's funny because all the chess players are thinking that they're winning in any position.
Look, he went back with the bishop, so he's keeping the checks open. And now I'm expecting rook to d7, although I do think he could also capture the pawn on a6 here. Now, for example, if he captures the pawn on a6 and he backs back with the rook to f7, I'm wondering if there's a win here or not. Again, if we go with this plan here,
Yes.
this is the draw.
There is a win.
Oh, we go with the other rook. We go here. This is the way to go and capture this pawn first. This must be the way to go, yeah?
I was actually thinking to play something like king before or so.
Okay.
And to
go all the way
for
around.
Rook A2, rook H8 sort of
Oh.
checkmate. Because I'm really hungry. Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah, yeah.
let's still
Yeah,
find
yeah.
some checkmate. Faster
something like
checkmate
that,
in
yeah,
3
yeah,
moves.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it looks as Fernando's finished.
Yes.
Probably a draw. Let's go quickly there and see what happened.
Draw half.
Yeah, it was a draw, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is the player with black pieces who was late for 25 minutes against Dominguez.
Oh, yes. I wonder if he came late
And
today as well.
we just learned that that was not the first occasion. He actually sometimes is.
They give him too much time in classical, so he decides to start a bit later. Yeah. So he took the pawn, Ernesto took the pawn. Let's see the computer valuation. Check. At some point he has to go down because now he's going to be hit by rook to d7. And if the rook gets to d7, basically it's game over. But there's one more position I want to check. Let's see it now, for example. Just to check, okay? I want to see if I get to this position here. I just want to check if this position is a win. Is this position a win?
How about to play rook to h2, rook to
No, I was thinking
c2?
I was thinking this.
Oh!
Yeah, because when the pawn's on the 5th rank,
King c4. Opposition.
yeah, he'll do this and this is a draw. If not, I win, because here king e6 would be a winning position. So that means, how are we going to win this then? We have to go for the d6 pawn. It has to be this pawn here. Do you see any other way of winning here? Oh, also possibly this.
Rook c6.
This idea may also be winning. Yeah, this is also a winning idea. Yeah. So come on, Ernesto. Show us your technique. Check. And attack the pawn. Now he has to find rook to d7. Come on, Ernesto. There you go. He played rook to d7. Nice.
Ooh.
Now, this variation we saw before. If he captures the pawn, rook, that's lost.
H7.
That's lost.
The bishop is gone, and with extra
what's he
rook,
gonna do
it's
now?
easy win.
What's he going to do?
What you gonna do? What you
G5.
gonna do when it's...
Oh, look at this. Ready? Ready for this? I play here.
And?
And you play here.
Yes.
And I go here. Your turn. This is what Alexander's going to do.
Wait,
he's
Michael.
gonna
Wait,
do this.
Michael. I'm gonna drop the...
You'll win the bishop, but then I'm going to start giving you checks. And you have to find your way out of the checks.
No. I will bring first the king closer. I will not touch the bishop yet.
Okay. But then you give me this pawn with check.
That's not good.
Good,
That's what
good.
I planned.
No, I think you can capture the bishop, and then he'll start sacrificing the rook. Oh, this is a draw, for example. So this is a draw. When you go a bit further in the analysis, if he captures the bishop, 0-0,
How about
it's a draw.
if king goes on h-file?
Sorry?
King goes on h-file?
Which king? This king here?
Yes.
The H file over here. Oh, so you just to capture here, but the computer says it's a draw. Check.
I argue and check from here.
Let's do up to here. Check. Here. Check again. Here. Check. Here. Check. Here. When the king gets here, you check from behind and he can't cross. This is a draw. Alexenko will try this. But I think there are ways of winning without capturing the bishop. But to get to here and then see that he has a stalemate, this psychologically is very, very hard for Ernesto. Ay, Ernesto, what have you done? You're giving your opponents a chance to get a draw. All because he dropped his b2 pawn.
But also, Alusenko, he plays so well, right? He uses all these
Look, now,
hidden ideas.
I'd like to have a close-up of Ernesto now, because now Ernesto's thinking, I win with this. And now he's seen this.
Oh, he will play.
And now he's thinking, what have I done? Let's see how to get the win.
I think Kirill sees that. He gives check first.
Hold on. Why would he play bishop to c8? Why don't you just play here? Weird moves. He's playing weird moves. Rook 8 to e7. And I just
No. White has rooks on the 6th rank.
I'm trying to understand. Here, for example, here it says you can capture the bishop. But I just give the checks, no? Because you come up. I think it's a draw anyway. It's difficult because the computer jumps and doesn't clearly define. So he's going for the d6 pawn.
Michael, look at this one. Our chat says you have to beat these 26 plus 100 players at least twice in a game.
Yeah.
And that's actually true.
That's true. No, so Ernesto has spotted the draw, so he prefers to first capture this pawn here. And that way, it won't be a stalemate because the king will always be able to escape from b6.
And he's now getting the king maybe to e2 square, so there will be no rook to check.
Probably here, yeah. Let's see how he does it. Come on, Ernesto. King d2, maybe king d4. King d4. Did he go to d4? Yeah, king d4.
Rook f4,
king
king
d4,
d3, rook
king
f3,
d3,
and king e2.
Then
king will
d2,
go on
the checks finish. He'll capture the pawn on b6. Then he'll probably go away, play b6 himself, and then go for one of the mates. He's lucky that he's still winning in this position because it could easily have finished in a draw. So, well, not easily. He's been winning every time, but I'd say he's complicated a bit his winning technique. But now it's going to be a win, and the rest of the games are basically finished. So, whenever you think you want to wrap up,
maybe just let's wait.
Should we wait until this one finishes?
To have the
until it's a clear win,
moment.
Okay. So then we need the big screen. Then let's try and get the big screen
on the screen.
Let's see if we can get a close-up of this one here. The thing is, from so far away, it's difficult to distinguish the colors of the pieces. I wonder if they can give us a close-up of the pieces of the board. I'm gonna put the actual position, so when they move, we can see it here as well. Okay, so now we're expecting king to e3, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, white can play either king backwards and hide on the 2nd rank, or to go further and bring king on the 6th rank. It's also a possibility.
I'm wondering if when he goes here, if the rook, what's he going to do here? King e3. I'm wondering if the rook goes to b5 and captures the b5 pawn, he'll capture in b6, but then the rook on b6 can't move anymore. You see, Ketty, what I'm suggesting, look, when you get to this position, it's just an idea, okay? You put the rook here, you win the pawn here, but now I can't get the rook out again. Because if I get the rook out, I lose the pawn on b5. So how exactly do I win this position?
Maybe we get king back on c2.
King has to go back, yeah?
Yes.
But first I have to play with white, with black. So let's say he plays here. King here. Now here. You go here. Now here.
When king was on d2, maybe we go king c2 and zugzwang black's rook. Just a move back.
Nice. So I go here. And then here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And when he takes the rook out, then I can take my own rook out. Yeah. It's not easy at all, eh? It's not easy at all.
Not at all.
It's not easy at all. Ernesto should be having dinner at this hour already. And look, he's trying to find the way to finish off the game. So let's go back to the original position. They are.
But for us,
here.
it's such a nice study
it's a funny,
and
it's
game.
a funny one, yeah.
You always enjoy this kind of end games, and
It's a funny
not
one,
happening all the time.
For example, now why is he thinking? What other move is there except for king e2? I mean, king e2. Come on, play, Ernesto. King e2. Ernesto, we're waiting. Come on, my friend. King e2. What? There's something that's bothering him. What is it? What is bothering him? Maybe he doesn't see the zugzwang you were saying before to try and get the rook out of that file, no? Because of course when he captures here, he needs to get out and then play b6. And who knows if there's a study in some Doveresi book with a pawn and a bishop and a rook and it's a draw. Yeah, sometimes with b pawns and a pawns. But there he goes. Come on. There he goes. Oi!
Oh, he's not certain.
Did he touch it?
He's not certain.
We need a close-up. Did he touch that king?
Well, he can always play king d4, king e5, and to get king on the 6th rank.
Yeah, so if he goes up, it would be like this. But now, I eat the pawn. Well, I'll try at least. Oh, and now to come back maybe, to protect. And then cross this way. Yeah, I think this is also a winning plan.
But a bit difficult, I guess, because you can always get this king in the other side of the board. And to me, king to e2 is like safest move.
Seems the most logical.
Yep.
But he's taking his time, so obviously there must be something here that he's not seeing completely easy. There he goes.
King e2.
He played king e2, and now we're expecting Alexeyenko to play rook to f5 or to b3. One of these two moves. It has to be one of these two moves. Let's see where he goes. Or, unless the Grandmaster has seen something different, a different way to defend. Rook to b3. He played rook to b3. Now Ernesto has to eat the pawn. He has to capture the pawn on b6 because of the stalemate we saw before. He must be seeing something that I don't see. So he'll capture the pawn on b6 now. And then he needs to bring the king to c2. The rook will have to abandon this pawn, and then we'll take the rook out. Do you see something, Katy?
Look at this one, but it's not working. How about rook b6, rook b5, rook b5, bishop a6?
Oh. No, but I take. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. What are you trying to do to me, Katy? What are you trying to do to me?
But Michael, this kind of time when you're tired, some ghosts like that can make you think more.
If we can see them, well, imagine them. They can see the ghost they're seeing there. Wow. For a moment you had me there, I think, wow. Okay, so a move has been played, let's see. He played he took, and now let's see what Alexenko does. I think Alexenko has to keep his rook behind the pawn for the moment. Because if he moves away, then it's easy for Ernesto to take his rook out, play b6, and then with one rook he holds the pawn, and with the other rook he tries and do some mates or something like that. So I think for the moment Alexenko will keep his rook in these squares here. Oh look, Ernesto. Oh, that's funny. Arbiters normally bring you some new score sheets when you get to number 60. Ernesto just took the score sheet of the next board.
Yep.
Which arbiter left there for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So someone,
look,
he played rook to b1. He's keeping, and now we need to play king to d2, which I suspect that Ernesto will play quite quickly.
To get closer to the b file.
By the way, when the king gets to c2, black does have bishop to e4 check. So you might not be able to do the zugzwang you're looking for.
Then king to c3, and if you go back on...
Go back, and then when you play rook to e6, I just... let's see. So now I need a tempo. Now I go here. What do you do? You go here, and here.
King c3.
King c3.
Now bishop is out. I can
rook b1.
give a check and move the rook away.
Now I can get the check, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think he'll fall in zug1. Okay, so we might be...
Yeah, we have some people joining us in the chat and asking why not rook d7, rook h7, because I think they just joined.
Oh, because of the stalemate, yeah.
So there is a king a8 idea.
Yeah, let's put it behind here. It was more or less over here, no? Here. So more or less over here, he had the opportunity to go to do this move here.
Yeah.
And win the bishop. But here, black has the outstanding move, king to a8. And although the computer says that white is winning, when you start sacrificing the rook, it's a draw because of stalemate. So this idea, possibly Ernesto missed this idea previously, and when he gets here, then he sees he has to go for the other opportunity.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why. Yeah, king c2, and this is the zugzwang. Now let's see what Alexander. Let's see, he's under 30 seconds. He needs to play now. He doesn't have time, so he can't really think much now. And now he really has to play. Right, he brought his rook out. Where did he go to? Okay, so now I'm thinking that it's time to bring our own rook out.
I would go rook g6 here.
I think you should go rook g6.
Make it on the board.
And then lose. No, we don't lose, but we're definitely not winning anymore. That would be horrible because you'd say, okay, that's why I put the rook on g4.
Yeah,
Alexong
so
says,
tricky.
I just put it here.
I know.
And he's going to change my rook and I'll lose.
Yeah, and rook g6 is such a smart move. You control the same file as your opponent's rook.
I think he should go to f6. That's where I go.
Always good to move the pieces, heavy pieces,
Black
especially
squares.
on the different color
of the bishop,
than your opponent's bishop is.
Yeah. Do you imagine he plays rook to g6 now?
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Oh, that would be heartbreaking. Throw the piece. Rook to f6, I'm expecting. Rook to f6, then there'll be some more checks. Let me check what would happen if he goes back. I put the pawn here.
Oh, he's going king.
The king...
King c3 first.
The king goes here. Now, am I winning this position? Because if I move my rook out, then he captures my pawn. But I get a check and a check. So where do I move the king? It has to be... I can do this first.
And rook f2.
Then I go rook to f2. This is the move, yeah. And now I'm threatening this move here. And if he captures the pawn, this is a winning tactic. Check, and then check. I think there's enough winning tactics, but he still has to be slightly careful. Okay, so he played check, check. Okay. Okay, now we need to get the rook out of there.
Now we can play a king, the rook g6, as the white king is already on dark square.
Yeah, now he can play rook g6 or rook f6. He needs to get the rook out as fast as possible. But he's going to be hit by checks around the back, and then the king will go to c5 and d6, and then maybe to c7. Oh, not good. White square. Not good. Not good.
No, rook f6.
Oh.
It was just
Okay, so now king to c5.
Moment.
King c5 is forced. Basically, we're looking for this. By the way, maybe when a king gets here, I can block with the rook.
Yeah, that's what
Maybe,
I was
but I'm not
thinking.
sure. I'm not totally sure. I'm not sure. I think with the king on c7 and pawn on c6, and as long as the other opponent can't check you from far away, you win because of the threat of mate on a4.
But we have their different ideas, Michael. Let's go king c5 here and make some checks.
And
King
go
d6.
here.
Check.
Check. Here.
King c7. Check. And rook to c6.
Yeah.
And now when you take, I take with a rook.
Okay. Ah, nice. Now he has to
And
go
I'm
here.
threatening checkmate in one move, so...
Do we win for sure here?
Yes. b6. King e8, king d6, b7
yeah,
next
yeah,
move. And
yeah,
queen.
yeah. You're right. You're right. I was looking for stalemate, but you're right. Yeah. This is a winning tactic. And of course, if he doesn't want to risk, he can play... He can go to d7. Although he'll see this, obviously. But he can also go to d7 and block here. And when he goes back here, again, we have this check. King here. And again, this winning tactic. So it's taking a bit of time, but Ernesto should find the win in this position. I think we can stay with him. But now he's thinking, come on, Ernesto. If it was a blitz, he'd already have played.
Yes, yeah, he would already win this game like 10 times.
Maybe he's enjoying it too much. He's enjoying the game
He
so much.
knows he's on camera.
He knows he's on camera. He knows we're commentating
Yeah.
it. So he's enjoying it. So he thought, I'm going to stay on camera a bit more and more people will get to know me. Now where's he going? He's going back. Alexenko doesn't believe it.
Yeah. No, he plays very fast. He has something in his mind.
Where's he going now? Where are you going?
Wow, this is the longest day, I think.
Yeah.
And we have to wake up early tomorrow.
I think we should call it a day because he can go round and round and round, get more time, and then end the game. This is going to be a win.
Yeah.
Because at some point he'll finally find the maneuver and win. So he can take a half an hour if he wants. If he's enjoying himself, he can just move around. Because when he gets b6 in, the count starts again, 50 more moves. So he can take all the time he wants. If he starts going backwards, we should call it a day.
Yeah, he just played king to c3.
We should call it a
And
day.
now
No,
our
because-
producers are like,
No,
guys, let's do it.
He could be here for another 3/4 of an hour. So let's wrap it up. Katie.
Let's wrap it
Let's-
up. Okay.
Let's wrap it up and
So
talk about what's going to happen tomorrow.
exactly. So round 9, it's Chessable Sunway Sitges Festival was the craziest one. On the board one, we had a draw. So this game between two leaders ended in a tie, which makes them co-leaders. And we do have Aravin joining with 7.5 points and sharing the first place, as well as Pranik. 4 players will fight for the gold medal tomorrow.
4 players with 7.5. Wow.
Exactly. And on the 4th board, we have Erdogmus Yazik Khan. He made a draw against Brandon Jacobs and he achieved his Grandmaster title. But he's not only the person who achieved the Grandmaster title, also Bryce Tiglon from USA. He has already achieved his Grandmaster title a round before. So we have seen a lot of tactics today. Beautiful, beautiful
really nice
sacrifices.
Out of him with the crazy rook along the 7th pile, that was very nice.
And we also had the other game with against Musard from Ukrainian.
That was nice as well.
Betoshko
With a checkmate pattern, very nice.
Yes.
Some really nice tactics this afternoon. And hopefully tomorrow morning we'll have even more. And in the afternoon, the tie breaks.
Yes.
So a full day of chess tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys, we are waiting for you tomorrow at 9:30 Central European Time in the morning, not afternoon. If you can make it,
of course, come and have breakfast with us. We'll be here with a coffee.
You can eat
and if you don't, and if you can't come in the first thing in the morning, come a bit later on. We'll still be here.
We're gonna have the tie breaks. That's the most fun of the tie breaks, and it's not just a random tournament here. The organizers are actually showing their best to the players, and sometimes they've been changing the locations. And for instance, we might have the tie breaks outside next to the sea, and we might have a really beautiful background. So a lot of things might happen here. We still don't know what we should expect tomorrow, but let's figure it out together. So you guys,
we'll
call it a day and see you tomorrow. Bye.